Chapter 567. The berserk ancient beast king unleashed an attack with the determination to die. Unexpectedly, the light egg only trembled slightly before it stopped moving. Its eyes were wide open in shock. At the same time, the other ancient beast kings were also shocked. They did not expect the light egg to have such a strong defense that it could withstand the powerful attack of the ancient beast king. Subsequently, they all revealed relieved expressions. "I don't believe it. Break." After being severely injured and burning its soul, the ancient beast king did not have much life left. The shock in its eyes turned into unwillingness and madness in the next moment as it unleashed another attack. Its sharp claws shone brightly as they tore the space apart. A sharp whistling sound was heard as the claws landed on the light egg. The ancient beast king's claws were bigger than the light egg. At this moment, it landed with a powerful force. Other than wanting to shatter the light egg, the ancient beast king had other thoughts in its mind. It wanted to shatter the light egg and absorb the pure-blooded ancient beast essence within. It might even be able to heal its severely injured body and evolve again. That would give it a chance to live, as expected of the ancient beast king. In such a short period of time, its seemingly crazy actions had a deep meaning behind them. Buzz! Just as the powerful attack was about to land, the light egg suddenly vibrated, following which an even brighter light surged out from the light egg. The ancient beast king's attack landed on the light egg. Terrifying energy vibrated as the powerful force rushed towards the light egg. However, such a powerful attack did not cause any ripples. It was just like a clay ox entering the sea. After all the energy reached the light egg, it was blocked by the light curtain and disappeared. On top of that, the king ancient beast also felt a suction force being emitted from the light egg, firmly sucking its huge sharp claws onto the light egg. After struggling for a while, the ancient beast king realized that it could not break free from the light egg. Its expression changed instantly, following which it felt a powerful suction force from the light egg. This force was so strong that it instantly enveloped its body. No. Under the suction force, the ancient beast king felt an aura of death rushing towards it. It let out a terrified cry, following which its huge body was enveloped by the light of the light egg. In the next moment, the ancient beast king's huge body started to shrink and shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye. The terrified ancient beast king let out a miserable shriek. Hearing the miserable screams and seeing the mountain-like body of the ancient beast king rapidly shrinking, the eyes of all of the ancient beasts were filled with horror. This was the pure-blooded ancient beast's egg of light that they had risked their lives to obtain. It actually possessed such an incredible ability. Seeing this scene, the flaming man, who had been rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, also had fear in his eyes. It was as if he had seen a ghost. He instantly stopped, turned around, and ran away as if he was avoiding a snake or a scorpion. At the same time, Zichen, who was also rushing over, saw that the situation wasn't good. He immediately changed direction and rushed towards a king-level beast corpse. Then he used his fastest speed to store the king-level beast corpse into the purple gold gourd. Zichen was even more shocked when he sensed that more than half of the ancient beast king's blood essence had been lost in the purple gold gourd. Such a change not only shocked the humans here, but also the other king-level ancient beasts. They stood in the air and looked down in shock. They saw with their own eyes the life, force, and essence of the ancient beast king's body being forcefully absorbed by the egg of light. In less than a minute, the king-level ancient beast king, which was comparable to a mountain peak, turned into a dried corpse. All of its essence was gone. Bang! With a soft sound, the king-level ancient beast king's dried corpse suddenly exploded. Then it disappeared into thin air. Both humans and beasts were shocked by this scene. They all fell into a daze. The surroundings were deathly silent. How could this be? Zichen's eyes were filled with fear. He planned to leave this place. As for the flaming man, he was incomparably decisive. He had already retreated to where the ripples were. Bang! 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 In the silent heaven and earth, a few soft sounds suddenly rang out. The king-level ancient beast king's corpse that had fallen to the ground turned into dust and dissipated in the air. Clearly, the essence of the corpses had been completely devoured. How could this be? The eyes of all the king-level ancient beasts were filled with fear. Their expressions were even more hesitant. It's just an egg of light. Let's smash it open. In the silent heaven and earth, a king-level ancient beast king's roar suddenly rang out. Boom! Violent energy surged. The king-level ancient beast king that had spoken had already launched an attack. It launched a fierce attack at the egg of light. On the altar, the egg of light trembled once again. Then it stopped moving. This attack still did not break through its defense. Everyone, attack with all your strength. Let's break this egg of light first. Another king-level ancient beast king spoke. It was actually the old demonic leopard. It had already seen Zichin. However, with the strange egg of light present, it did not have the time to deal with him. As the old demonic leopard finished speaking, it also launched a powerful attack. The egg of light trembled under the energy attack. There should be an unhatched, pure-blooded, ancient beast inside. Everyone, attack with all your strength. After breaking it open, devour its essence. That's right. Attack with all your strength. Break it open. More king-level ancient beasts began to respond. Then they all joined forces and launched powerful attacks. At this moment, dozens of king-level ancient beasts joined forces. The attacks were extremely terrifying. The entire space shook violently. Boom! However, on the altar, the egg of light only trembled. Even the powerful attacks could not break through the egg of light's defense. Although the egg of light remained unscathed, the altar exploded with a loud bang, turning into fine powder amidst the destructive energy. After that, the egg of light fell to the ground and rolled a few times. After losing the altar, the light on the egg of light actually dimmed a lot. Although the egg of light still had the ferocity of a pure-blooded ancient beast, the light was not as bright as before. It's working. Everyone, attack with all your strength. The king-level ancient beasts naturally noticed the abnormality. Their eyes lit up with joy. It seemed that breaking the egg of light was very promising. However, with the lesson from before, they did not dare to rashly go forward to investigate. They could only continue to launch attacks in the air. After losing the altar, the light on the egg of light was no longer as bright. However, its defense did not weaken at all. It was still as terrifying as before. Many attacks hit the egg of light, causing it to roll on the ground. However, they could not break through the egg of light. As more and more attacks hit the egg of light, the light on the egg of light became dimmer and dimmer. In the end, it looked like an ordinary egg. Moreover, with each attack, the egg of light would be sent flying dozens or even hundreds of meters away. It seemed that other than its powerful defense, there was nothing special about the egg of light. After attacking for a long time without breaking through the egg's defense, the group of ancient beasts stopped attacking. They once again flew into the air, their gazes and spiritual senses landing on the egg below. Zichin had already flashed far away and watched from afar. He was not in a hurry to leave. As for the Burning Man, he also stayed beside Leonie and looked over. The group of ancient beasts watched for a long time in the air, but they still could not see anything special. One of the king-level ancient beasts suddenly looked at the old demonic leopard and suggested, "Old demonic leopard, they all say that your saber-toothed blade is extremely sharp. Why don't you try and see if you can break this egg with one attack?" Hearing this, the old demonic leopard's heart trembled. He said indifferently, "My saber-toothed blade is not as sharp as the horn of the single-horned dog. I should let it try." The group of king-level ancient beasts looked at the single-horned dog. The latter's expression was somewhat unnatural, but he did not get angry. He said directly, "If everyone thinks so, then I can try." Hearing this, The group of king-level ancient beasts all nodded. Some of them even complimented him. After that, the single-horned dog attacked in front of the group of king-level ancient beasts. A terrifying beam of light shot out from its horn and landed heavily on the egg. Pum! With a loud explosion, the egg was sent flying dozens of meters away. After the destructive energy on the beam of light dissipated, it still did not break. Ignoring the dissatisfied gazes of the king-level ancient beasts, the single-horned dog shook his head and said, "You all saw it. I can't break through the egg's defense." The group of king-level ancient beasts was furious. They thought to themselves, "We asked you to attack with your horn. Who asked you to attack from afar? Single-horned dog, this is your fault. We meant for you to attack the egg with your horn. We didn't say that you could attack from afar." The old demonic leopard was dissatisfied. The single-horned dog smiled. Although he wanted to tear the old demonic leopard apart, he did not show it on his face. Instead, he transmitted, "My horn's close combat power is not much stronger than the previous attack. I have to admit that the egg's defense is very strong. But you, old demonic leopard, can try using your saber-toothed blade." As long as it did not involve them, the group of king-level ancient beasts were easy to deal with. At this moment, their gazes landed on the old demonic leopard again. The old demonic leopard hesitated for a moment, but he sneered in his heart. In the end, he pretended to be in a difficult position and said, "Since that's the case, I'll give it a try." Before everyone could rejoice, a huge saber-toothed blade in the old demonic leopard's mouth began to shine. Then it left his body and turned into a beam of light, slashing down on the egg. Clang! With a resounding sound, the huge egg was sent flying again. After that attack, the saber-toothed blade also returned undamaged. Seeing this scene, the king-level ancient beast's expressions changed slightly. Its defense is indeed very strong. Let me try again. The old demonic leopard let out a hearty laugh. Then another saber-toothed blade left his body and slashed at the huge egg at the same time as the previous one. The resounding sound continued as the huge egg danced in the air. The old demonic leopard was also controlling the saber-toothed blade, but it was almost ineffective. During the continuous slashing, the old demonic leopard was also sensing the huge egg. He found that the egg seemed to have become an ordinary object. Apart from its strong defense, there was nothing special about it. Chapter 568. Sensing that there was nothing wrong with the egg, even after being lifted up by the energy, the old demonic leopard's eyes revealed a trace of joy. It thought that it had figured out the egg, and thus had some special thoughts in its mind. The two sword fangs returned to their original position. The group of beast kings looked at the old demonic leopard and asked. The old demonic leopard shook its head, saying, "The defense is indeed very strong. I can't break through it. Everyone, don't just watch my performance. You can all give it a try." The other beast kings shook their heads like rattles. The lesson from before was still vivid in their minds. The miserable shrieks of the beast kings were still echoing in their ears. They didn't dare to touch the egg casually. After hearing the old demonic leopard's words, they all became humble, saying that they weren't strong enough. Then they began to compliment the old demonic leopard, saying that the battle strength of the saber-toothed demonic leopard race was one of the best among the beast kings. Everyone had always admired the battle strength of the saber-toothed demonic leopard race, like a torrential river. If such words were said on other occasions, the beast kings would naturally snort in disdain. TSK, the saber-toothed demonic leopard was just a lucky bastard. What pure-blooded beast. Trash. But now, under such circumstances where no one was willing to risk their lives, there was no harm in complimenting the old demonic leopard. Hearing the compliments, the old demonic leopard's face clearly showed a smug expression, saying, "Since everyone says so, then I'll appear disloyal if I continue to decline. Let me try again with my peak attack." Hearing this, the other beasts all laughed, saying that the old demonic leopard was indeed a good friend, worthy of deep friendship. The old demonic leopard, was also laughing inwardly, cursing these beasts for using it as a tool. Naturally, the old demonic leopard wasn't that stupid. It was willing to take action now because it had other plans in mind. This egg is very strange. I'm going to launch a powerful attack. Perhaps something unexpected will happen. I suggest that everyone stay a little further away from me, the old demonic ape said, putting on a righteous appearance. When the group of ancient beast kings heard this, other than a few whose expressions changed slightly, the rest of the ancient beast kings retreated. In the distance, Zi-chan looked at the sky, not understanding what they were going to do. The flame man's eyes were also full of doubts. Boom! Energy surged around the old demonic leopard's body as the might of a king was fully displayed. The two sword fangs in his mouth flickered with a brilliant light, as if he was really preparing to launch a powerful attack. The old demonic leopard's expression turned grave as the energy in his body continued to rise to the peak. The surrounding king beasts also retreated further away, afraid of being affected. However, a strange light flashed in the unicorn hound's eyes, and a trace of savagery appeared in the lightning snake's eyes. At this moment, the attention of all the ancient beasts was focused on the old devil leopard. No one noticed that the old devil leopard's spiritual sense had already landed on the giant egg and had been observing it for a long time. It was now completely sure that the giant egg had become ordinary. It no longer had the strange, devouring power from before. Moreover, it guessed that the giant egg's devouring power came from the altar. Amidst the turbulent energy, the old demonic leopard had already made its move. It turned into a resplendent green light as it rushed towards the giant egg. The energy within its body had been raised to the peak. This was a genuine and powerful attack. Pow! A burst of energy landed on the giant egg, producing a loud bang. The giant egg was instantly sent flying, but its powerful defense still managed to block this attack. This was an energy attack, not a sword attack. The expressions of all the ancient beasts changed. However, the old demonic leopard clearly still had a backup plan. It turned into a green light again and rushed towards the flying giant egg. The two sword fangs in the old demonic leopard's mouth emitted a dazzling light as a heart-palpitating aura spread out. Clearly, this was a real physical attack. All the king beasts widened their eyes. Zi-chin and the Burning Man also held their breaths. The old demonic leopard arrived in front of the giant egg in the blink of an eye. However, there was no sound of energy explosion. When the old demonic leopard approached the giant egg, the surging energy around its body was completely withdrawn. Moreover, it grabbed the giant egg and turned into a ray of light as it fled towards the ripple. The old demonic leopard ran away with the giant egg. Such a scene instantly stunned the other king beasts. They didn't even have time to react. In the distance, Zi-chen was also dumbfounded. This old demonic leopard was indeed extremely daring. It actually dared to snatch the giant egg in front of dozens of king beasts. Old demonic leopard, stop right there. Just as the old demonic leopard started to flee, a cold voice resounded. Then a ray of light shot towards the old demonic leopard. It was the unicorn dog. It had long since sensed the abnormality of the old demonic leopard, so it didn't let down its guard. Seeing the old demonic leopard running away with the huge egg, and the fact that the huge egg didn't try to devour it, it immediately rushed over. Its horn emitted a brilliant light as it launched a powerful attack. Seeing the unicorn dog's attack, the old demonic leopard's expression became distorted. It then extended its other claw to block the unicorn dog's attack. You're so arrogant. Don't tell me you really think your battle strength is one of the best here? I was just praising you before. Seeing the old demonic leopard merely extending a claw to block it, the unicorn dog had a trace of disdain in its eyes. It inwardly increased its strength by 30%. PFFF. Green blood splattered as the old demonic leopard's claw was instantly pierced through by the unicorn dog's horn. However, the old demonic leopard didn't howl in pain. Instead, its distorted expression had an additional trace of schadenfreude. Then, the unicorn dog felt a powerful suction force from the old demonic leopard's claw. Under this suction force, the unicorn dog's essence, blood, and life force were rapidly drained. The unicorn dog's expression greatly changed. Its eyes were filled with deep fear. Clearly, this suction force came from the egg's devouring power. However, the old demonic leopard's disguise was too good. It was clearly trying to drag the unicorn dog down with it. After struggling a few times but still not being able to shake it off, the unicorn hound felt a thick aura of death. It was so scared that it couldn't help but let out a terrified scream. However, when it saw the lightning snake coming at it from the corner of its eye, it forcibly stopped itself from screaming. Then a ferocious look flashed in its eyes, and its long tail swept towards the lightning snake. The lightning serpent's target was also the old demonic leopard. It was only slightly slower than the unicorn dog. Moreover, its attention was completely focused on the old demonic leopard. It didn't care about the unicorn dog at all. Adding on to the fact that the unicorn dog's tail sweep was extremely fast, it didn't have any offensive power. The hound's tail instantly wrapped around the lightning serpent, and the suction force instantly spread out from the hound's tail and landed on the lightning serpent's body. The lightning serpent's eyes widened in horror. The unicorn dog's tail only coiled around the lightning serpent's body, but it was like a part of its body. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't shake it off. The egg was already shining. Moreover, the old demonic leopard's body was already showing signs of drying up. It couldn't help but let out a low roar. Seeing this scene, the surrounding ancient beasts had already fled. Whoosh! Feeling the dense aura of death, the lightning serpent also swung its thick tail, wanting to hook one of the ancient beast kings to be buried with it. Unfortunately, these ancient beasts were all very smart and had already escaped the range of the lightning serpent's attack. The lightning serpent was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, from the corner of its eyes, it saw a human fleeing at high speed. Coincidentally, this human was the one who had snatched its ancient medicine king. Although it wasn't worth dragging a human down with it when it was about to die, it was better than nothing. Thus, the lightning serpent's long tail swept towards Zichen. Zichen naturally sensed the changes in the three ancient beast kings. As he fled at high speed, he gained a better understanding of the ancient beast's cunning and ruthlessness. However, at this moment, he felt a powerful energy surge above his head. Then he saw hundreds of lightning bolts sweeping towards him. Damn it, this lightning serpent wants to drag me down with it. Seeing the lightning bolts above his head, Zichen was scared out of his wits. The lightning wings on his back constantly flapped, wanting to use his extreme speed to escape. With the lightning wings, Zichen's speed was extremely fast. Ordinary ancient beast kings couldn't catch up to him. However, this was only referring to his flying speed, not his attacking speed. Coupled with the lightning serpent's desperate attacks, its attacking power was even stronger. Thus, in an instant, Zichen was enveloped by numerous lightning bolts. The power of lightning continued to wreak havoc. Amidst the lightning energy, Zichen's face was filled with fear. He desperately dodged, wanting to find a chance to escape. Boom! In the sky, the lightning energy surged violently. Then, even more energy descended, filling the entire space in an instant. Zichen was struck by lightning bolts, one after another. His powerful, perfect body was instantly torn apart by the lightning bolts. Streaks of blood appeared all over his body, and pale golden blood splattered everywhere. Zichen was already having a hard time resisting the lightning bolts. Coupled with his injuries, his speed was greatly reduced. At this moment, a large patch of silver light flashed. The serpent gave up on attacking and focused on speed. Instantly, it wrapped around Zichen's body. In the next moment, Zichen felt an extremely strong suction force from the lightning serpent's body. This suction force was not only sucking away his blood, it was also draining away his life force. Zichen's heart was filled with fear. He couldn't help but scream. The golden blood in his body emitted a monstrous sound. He pushed all his energy to the limit, wanting to break free from this suction force. However, he realized helplessly that he couldn't break free from this suction force. It's over. Unable to break free from this suction force, Zichen's eyes were filled with despair. Could it be that his life was going to end here? The despairing Zichen also wanted to find a person or beast to be his scapegoat. However, there was nowhere to be found. The Burning Man was the first to escape from the ripples and rush to the outside world. The group of king-level beasts were also filled with fear. They hid far away. The giant egg sucked on the old demonic leopard. The old demonic leopard's claws sucked on the single-horned hound. The single-horned hound's tail was connected to the lightning serpent. In the end, the lightning serpent wrapped tightly around Zichen. In the eyes of the first three beasts, there was unwillingness, hatred, and gloating. Only Zichen didn't find anyone to be his scapegoat. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear, but he didn't gloat. P.S. This chapter was typed at 3 in the morning yesterday. This was actually the first chapter. However, I was too tired to edit it. I came back at 10:40 in the morning and started to edit it. Until now, I have been editing for more than 50 minutes. With an editing speed of almost an hour, other people can already type out a chapter. This speed is really heaven-defying. Chapter 569. Zichen didn't want to die yet, but under the devouring power of the egg, everything was out of his control. Life was flowing away. The enormous egg was shining, like a starving infant, gulping down milk. However, what the other party was devouring wasn't real milk, but rather the life force of a king-level ancient beast that had lived for countless years. The old demonic leopard's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. A minute later, the old demonic leopard's mountain-like body became shriveled and dissipated with the wind. The ancient beast king that was still alive just a moment ago disappeared from the world, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. As the old demonic leopard's body dissipated, the egg seemed to have teleported. It emitted a bright light and stuck to the single-horned hound's body. The latter's life force was also flowing away rapidly. During this period, the lightning snake and Zichen were both restrained by the devouring power. They couldn't break free, and their life force didn't flow away quickly either. It seemed that the egg liked to devour them one by one. I hope that after it devours the single-horned hound and the lightning snake, it will have devoured enough and won't need any more energy. The despairing Zichen started to let his imagination run wild. Images of his friends, brothers, and women flashed across his mind. Wang Xian, Lin Shui, Su Mengyao, and Shang Guanyu. Er's faces kept flashing across his mind. Death wasn't scary. What was scary was waiting for death. Soon, the single-horned hound was sucked dry and dissipated with a light sound. The egg stuck to the lightning snake's body again, and its light became even brighter. This feeling of waiting for death made Zichen even more afraid. Based on the previous speed, it seemed that he only had 1 minute left to live. The egg could devour a king-beast king in 1 minute. However, compared to a king-beast king, his small body seemed to only be able to devour at once. In other words, he could only last for 1 breath. Ha! Zichen's fear made the lightning snake laugh uncontrollably. However, this laughter was filled with sorrow. The king-beast king in the distance was even more horrified. Pung! The lightning snake shriveled up and dissipated with the wind. Then, the egg stuck to Zichen's hand like a ghost. Boom! Like an overflowing flood, Zichen felt his life force and essence, qi, crazily rushing towards the giant egg. After that, Zichen's vision turned black and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, Zichen fell to the ground with the giant egg. There was a deathly silence between heaven and earth. The giant egg below was glowing. Zichen lay quietly beside the giant egg, one of his hands still tightly pressed against the giant egg. Above them, the ancient beast kings all had fear in their eyes, and none of them dared to move. The giant egg was too terrifying. As long as it touched them, they would undoubtedly die. None of the ancient beasts dared to approach. In this deathly silent world, no sound could be heard, not even the breathing of the ancient beast kings. After an unknown period of silence, a wisp of confusion suddenly appeared in the eyes of one of the ancient beasts, and then it exclaimed, "Ah! Why hasn't the human been transformed into nothingness?" Previously, when the giant egg devoured a king beast king, it only needed a minute to turn it into a dried corpse and turn it into nothingness. But now a small human had actually lasted for a few minutes, and there were no signs of him drying up. The ancient beast kings all noticed the abnormality and looked down in confusion. The giant egg was glowing, and they did not dare to use their spiritual senses. They could only look at it with their eyes. Vaguely, they seemed to see that the human was still breathing. He was still alive. How is this possible? This discovery caused the expressions of the ancient beasts to change. They found it unbelievable. A bolder ancient beast retreated far away, and then released its spiritual senses to extend towards the human beside the giant egg, and began to investigate bit by bit. When it retracted its spiritual senses, the ancient beast king's expression became very strange. "How is it?" the other ancient beasts asked. The ancient beast king's expression became even more strange. And then it said, "He's not dead. He just fainted from fright." "What? He's not dead? He just fainted from fright? Why?" This answer was unacceptable to the ancient beast kings. Several ancient beast kings were already dead, let alone a mere human. Could it be that there's something wrong with this human? Let's try attacking again. A ancient beast king suggested and shot out a ray of energy. But before this terrifying ray of energy could land on Zichin, a ray of light suddenly flashed on the giant egg, and then a light barrier appeared in front of Zichin, blocking this ray of energy. The giant egg could still shoot out energy attacks, and the ancient beast kings became even more frightened. Zichin was indeed not dead. After the giant egg stuck to his body and absorbed his vitality, he fainted from fright and fell to the ground. Then he seemed to have a dream. In the dream, he saw all the people he wanted to see. Su Mengyao returned to the floating mist sect and was regarded as a goddess. Countless floating mist sect disciples looked up to her with fanatical expressions. Wang Xian returned to Yunxia City. With her powerful combat strength, she defeated her father, suppressed Wang Qiong, and became the #1 expert in Yunxia City. After Lin Shui returned to the Lu family, she went into seclusion again to comprehend Qing Nu's inheritance. Other than that, he also saw many friends. Each of them had powerful combat strength, and they had all become experts. Suddenly, a beautiful figure appeared in front of Zichin. It was a figure in snow-white clothes, standing at the top of Chaos City. There were still traces of tears on her peerless face. In her hand was a short dagger, and the tip of the dagger was already pointed at her heart, as if she was going to commit suicide. Below, there were many onlookers. When these people saw that the beautiful figure was going to commit suicide, not only did they not stop her, they even laughed out loud. In the midst of the laughter, Zichin realized that there were people he knew. There were Shangguan Qixiang, Chen Liang, Zhou Sun, and the others. They all had hideous smiles on their faces, and there was a huge drum beside them, which they were beating continuously to celebrate. This bunch of bastards, seeing someone committing suicide, they didn't even help. And Shangguan Qixiang, isn't he dead? Towards these people's indifference, Zichin was shocked and angry, but he was also very confused. No matter how loudly he shouted, they did not hear him at all. Instead, they continued to beat the drum, making it vibrate. In desperation, Zichin could only look at the beautiful figure, hoping that she would give up on the idea of suicide. He did not know why, but the moment he saw the beautiful figure, he felt a sense of déjà vu. However, he could not see the other party's face, only a blurry face. 3 years. I waited for you for 3 years, but you didn't come. The beautiful figure was muttering to herself, but Zi-Chen could hear it very clearly, just from the muttering. Zi-Chen recognized the identity of the beautiful figure. It was actually Shang Guanyu. No, you are. With the last drop of tears falling, Shang Guanyu stabbed the dagger to her heart. Zi-Chen let out a cry of alarm and then sat up abruptly. His forehead was full of cold sweat, obviously due to the shock. He shouted, "Don't die, don't die!" As he shouted, Zi-Chen felt a chill, and he could not help but shiver. Then he saw that he was sitting on the ground, and next to him was the huge egg. As for Chaos City, the Big Hammer, and many more people, they had all disappeared. In the sky, a group of king-level ancient beasts were attacking him, but before these attacks could land on him, they were blocked by a ray of light, and then there was a dong sound, like the sound of a drum. The disoriented Zi-Chen instantly woke up, and his eyes widened. Didn't I die? Why am I still alive? He looked to the side, and just happened to see the huge egg next to his right hand. In the next moment, he pulled his right hand back as if it was tapped. "You're awake." A timid and tender voice suddenly appeared in Zi-Chen's mind. Hearing this voice, Zi-Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at the light egg in front of him in disbelief and said in shock, it's you who spoke." The moment the voice had sounded in his sea of consciousness, Zi-Chen had a clear feeling that the voice had come from the huge egg. Yes, the timid and tender voice sounded again. I saw that you fainted, and I was afraid that you were in danger, so I kept calling you." This voice transmission was not coherent, but fortunately, the meaning was clear and Zi-Chen understood. "You were afraid that I was in danger." Zi-Chen's face was full of confusion, and his expression kept changing. He looked at the huge egg, and then looked up at the king-level ancient beasts. Only then did Zi-Chen realize that it was the light from the huge egg that blocked the king-level ancient beasts' attacks. What's going on? Didn't it want to devour me? Why is it saving me? Zi-Chen was very confused. I didn't want to devour you. You woke me up. The voice from the huge egg sounded again. This time it was a little anxious and a little scared, but it was more agile. You can hear the voice in my heart." Zi-Chen was shocked again. One must know that he was only muttering in his heart and did not speak out. "You woke me up and even injected your life soul power into me. It's like our lives are connected, so I can sense your thoughts." A timid voice sounded from the egg. Indeed, this time the other party did not transmit its voice, but Zi-Chen could hear it clearly. Our lives are connected," Zi-Chen exclaimed. The development of the situation was beyond his expectations, but this was not the time to be in a daze, because the king-level ancient beasts' attacks in the sky were getting fiercer. Their attacks are very strong. I've just been awakened, and I don't have any strength. I can't take it anymore. The light egg was still thinking in its heart, and both parties were communicating through their thoughts. Zi-Chen's eyes narrowed. Without any strength, it could block the king-level ancient beast's attacks. Then, what would happen if it had strength? Would it be able to kill the king-level ancient beasts? "How can I make you stronger?" Zi-Chen asked. "Devour, continuously devour." Understood. Chapter 570. Infused with Yuan energy, his voice boomed out like thunder, shaking the skies. Being scolded in such a manner, the group of beast kings were stunned and stopped their attacks instinctively. "Human, what did you just say?" A cold voice rang out as a killing intent surged towards Zi-Chen. The beast king who spoke had a grim expression on his face. The other beast kings also revealed a cold glint in their eyes. Their killing intent did not weaken at all. If not for the fact that this human was beside the egg, their attacks would have killed him thousands of times over. To think that after waking up and seeing so many beast kings, not only was he not afraid, he was even scolding them. Could it be that he was scared silly when he fainted? Some of the beast kings thought to themselves. Are you guys idiots? Zi Chen glared at the Beast Kings and shouted, attacking while yours truly was asleep? Are you King idiots? You almost killed yours truly. Zi Chen's voice was filled with fury. If it hadn't been for the huge egg, he would have been killed by the ancient beasts even if he hadn't been swallowed whole. Of course, the furious Zi Chen didn't even remember that he had fainted from fright. Human, how dare you spout such nonsense? Today shall be the day you die. Kill him. Kill this King human. Zi Chen's scolding had thoroughly enraged the Beast Kings. However, they could only roar in the skies. With Zi Chen standing beside the egg, they would not dare to step forward, even if they were given 10 guts. However, there were some Beast Kings who took the opportunity to unleash their destructive attacks. However, they were all blocked by the light of the egg. Human, come out if you've got what it takes. Hiding within the range of the egg? What kind of ability is that? Seeing that their attacks were ineffective, the Beast Kings roared out. Zi Chen's eyes were even colder. However, he did not continue scolding them. Instead, he communicated with the egg telepathically. Boom! The energy in the skies surged as the Beast Kings attacked once more, determined to kill Zi Chen. However, they were all blocked by the egg. Idiots, today is the day you all die. Zi Chen raised his head and swept his gaze over the group of ancient Beast Kings. This time he was full of confidence. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the ancient Beast Kings, Zi Chen bent down and hugged the huge egg that was even taller than him. Then, he lifted the huge egg with difficulty. Seeing the human carrying the gigantic egg with great difficulty without being devoured by it, the bewildered Beast King widened its eyes in shock. Drink! Hugging the heavy egg, Zi Chen let out a loud roar. Boundless golden light flashed around his body as he used all his strength to throw the egg into the sky. Swoosh! After the huge egg left his hand, it turned into a dazzling ray of light and flew toward a king-level ancient beast like an arrow. In that instant, the powerful attack unleashed by the king-level ancient beast was instantly shattered by the enormous egg. At the same time, the enormous egg rapidly arrived before the king-level ancient beast and stuck closely to its body. Roar! A heart-wrenching roar suddenly rang out. The king-level ancient beast in the sky kept rolling in the sky. As it rolled, its huge body shook the sky, and waves of destructive energy spread out. However, the enormous egg had strong suction force. The king-level ancient beast could not get rid of it at all. It let out a series of terrified cries as its body shrank and dried up. Damn, it's really powerful. Below, Zi Chen was shocked to see the king-level ancient beast powerless under the enormous egg. His eyes lit up instantly. This enormous egg was a real weapon. It could kill a king-level ancient beast in one hit. It's a pity. It's too heavy. Every time I throw it out, it wastes a lot of energy. Zi Chen could not help but say in his heart, "You can try to activate it with your spiritual thoughts." Just as Zi Chen had this thought, another message came from the enormous egg. Activate it with my spiritual thoughts. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. Powerful spiritual thoughts came out of his body and shrouded the enormous egg. Indeed, the enormous egg danced according to the path given by Zi Chen's spiritual thoughts. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast. Without expending any spiritual thoughts, the enormous egg brought the king-level ancient beast with it and flew towards another king-level ancient beast. Pum! With a loud bang, the second king-level ancient beast was smashed by the king-level ancient beast. This attack did not send the king-level ancient beast flying. Instead, it sucked in the king-level ancient beast, just like how it sucked in the single-horned hound, lightning snake, and Zi Chen previously. Powerful king-level ancient beasts seemed to have lost all their attacking power in front of the enormous egg. Once they were stuck or indirectly stuck, they would be sucked dry and dissipated into thin air. Shrill cries rang out in the sky. The two king-level ancient beasts that were sucked in were terrified as they struggled in the sky. In an instant, the first king-level ancient beast lost all its essence and dissipated into thin air. Following that, the enormous egg began to devour the second king-level ancient beast. This scene completely shocked the group of king-level ancient beasts. They had no idea what was going on. Zichen's powerful spiritual thoughts continued to circulate. Then he controlled the enormous egg to attack the other king-level ancient beasts. Not good. I don't know why this human can control the enormous egg. Damn it. What's going on? There's a pure-blooded ancient beast inside the enormous egg. Why is it being controlled by a human? The group of king-level ancient beasts were shocked and angry. They began to flee frantically. However, there were some who were unwilling to give up. They decided to capture the king-level ancient beast first. Hence, they charged towards Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back unfurled. With a flap of the wings, he moved with extreme speed. While dodging the attacks of the king-level ancient beasts, he also controlled the enormous egg and the king-level ancient beast to fly towards the attackers. Sounds of explosions rang out. When the king-level ancient beast that was attacking Zichen was stuck by the enormous egg, the other king-level ancient beasts were completely terrified. They had no choice but to accept the fact that a human could control the enormous egg and become its master. They began to flee frantically. Where do you think you're going? The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back unfurled. He let out a domineering roar and chased after the king-level ancient beasts. A human in the air chasing after a group of king-level ancient beasts. This was a rare sight. Soon, the two parties rushed out of the ripples. Due to the sudden appearance of the Burning Man, Tyrant and the rest who had the upper hand and snatched the three ancient herb kings were instantly suppressed. The Burning Man was very strong. Moreover, there were a few heaven-level ancient beasts attacking together. Tyrant and the rest had no choice but to turn from offense to defense. They formed a defensive circle. Today, all of you will die. The eyes of the group of experts were filled with cold light. Their killing intent was extremely strong. They could not wait to kill these people. Idiot. Continue to be arrogant if you dare. When brother-in-law comes out, he will definitely kill all of you, Wang Shan shouted. There was another deep wound on his body. It was left by the heaven-level ancient beasts during the battle. Zichen. The Burning Man sneered and said, I'm afraid he has already turned into a dried corpse and disappeared from the world. The Burning Man was scared out of his wits when he saw Zichen being wrapped up by the lightning snakes. Moreover, it had been a long time. The Burning Man concluded that Zichen was already dead. Impossible. Zichen will not die. Wang Xian. Er's face turned pale when she heard this. Even the king-level ancient beasts have turned into nothingness. Let alone a mere human, the Burning Man said disdainfully. Wang Xian, Er's face turned pale. Everyone else's faces were also very ugly. However, they did not believe that Zichen would die. Kill them. Just when the few of them were in a daze, the heaven-level ancient beast sent out a cold thought. Boom! However, before they could make a move, a terrifying energy surged behind them. Then, the aura of king-level ancient beasts appeared. It was the king-level ancient beasts that had entered the ripples. They had all escaped. Their eyes were filled with fear. They seemed to have suffered a great shock. The moment they came out of the ripples, they fled in a hurry. What's going on? Why are the king-level ancient beasts running away? Could there be a strong existence in the depths of the ripples that could suppress so many king-level ancient beasts? In the battlefield, everyone's expression changed when they saw the king-level ancient beasts running away pathetically. When the Burning Man saw this scene, he sneered in his heart. When he was running away, he had already foreseen that such a situation would happen. Now that he saw the king-level ancient beasts running away, he was also prepared to run away. After all, that huge egg was too strange. Everyone, stop running. Don't run. Suddenly, a familiar shout was heard from the ripples. Then, Zi-Chun raised the huge egg in his hand and walked out of the ripples. He shouted at the king-level ancient beasts that were running away. As soon as the egg appeared, an extremely ferocious might permeated the surroundings. All the humans paled when they sensed the might, and many ancient beasts collapsed to the ground as well. Their eyes were filled with fear. Seeing Zi-Chun walking out with a huge egg, the Burning Man's eyes almost popped out. He was shocked. How is this possible? He's not dead. Then he saw Zi-Chun's body glowing, like a golden armored war god. He raised the huge egg in his hand and threw it out. A king-level ancient beast's attack was instantly shattered by the huge egg. In the next moment, the huge egg flashed a few times and stuck to the king-level ancient beast's body. A glowing huge egg stuck to a king-level ancient beast's body. It looked a little strange, but the king-level ancient beast let out an extremely terrified roar at this moment. Its body kept tumbling in the air, trying to get rid of the huge egg, but it was obviously useless. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the king-level ancient beast's body slowly shriveled up. Finally, with a soft sound, it turned into nothingness and disappeared. The huge egg devoured all the essence of the king-level ancient beast and continued to fly towards the next king-level ancient beast. Below, all the humans opened their mouths, wide in shock. As for the other beasts, after feeling the pressure from the soul, many of them were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. A strange smell kept spreading out. Soon, the huge egg caught up with the second king-level ancient beast. In less than a minute, the king-level ancient beast turned into dust and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, 2 king-level ancient beasts were killed by the huge egg. As for the other king-level ancient beasts, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 571. Although he did not know what method Zi-Chun had used to avoid being swallowed by the giant egg and keep his life, and even control the giant egg, the Burning Man was not envious at all. This kind of thing could lead to death, and it was not something to be envious of. Run. Just as Zi-Chun's cold eyes landed on him, the Burning Man decisively made his choice. He transformed into a beam of fire and fled with extreme speed. At this moment, what legendary existence! What face! What arrogance! None of that mattered. Only his life was more important. Because he saw the murderous intent in Zi-Chun's eyes, the others were still in a state of shock, and their reactions were half a beat slower. Then they met the huge egg that fell from the sky. The huge egg emitted a resplendent light, and a powerful aura surged out from it. Many people and beasts felt this aura, and they couldn't move at all. Some ancient beasts even collapsed to the ground. Boom! As the light egg fell, the ground trembled. Then, rays of light rushed out and wrapped around the people and beasts like light ribbons. Then, the swallowing force appeared again. When the light ribbons wrapped around the people and beasts returned, the people and beasts all disappeared after a soft sound. Just like the king beast, they turned into nothingness. Seeing the arrogant sky martial artist turn into nothingness in the next moment, Wang Shan and the rest widened their eyes. However, compared to the shock and fear in the others' eyes, Wang Shan and the rest were filled with excitement. Zi-Chun only killed a group of people and beasts, mainly those who surrounded the monk. After they were all swallowed by the giant egg, Zi-Chun used his spiritual sense to control the giant egg and flew in the direction where the king beast escaped. The king beast contained a huge amount of spiritual essence. It was many times stronger than ordinary beasts. In order for the giant egg to hatch quickly, it had to devour these king beasts. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, Zi-Chun turned into a ray of silver light and disappeared into the sky with the giant egg. Oh my God, what is that thing? It can actually kill the king beast. A giant egg that emits the aura of a pure-blooded ancient beast. Is there a pure-blooded ancient beast inside? It's too scary. It killed all the experts in one strike. Zi-Chun disappeared, and cries of shock rang out continuously. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and many ancient beasts were still lying on the ground, unable to get up. He killed a king-level ancient beast and slaughtered a celestial expert without making a sound. Heavens, he's too handsome! Wang Shan cried out excitedly as he watched Zi Qin disappear. Once a pure-blooded ancient beast's egg hatches, it will be a true pure-blooded ancient beast. Tyrant was extremely excited as well. With a pure-blooded ancient beast, it'll be easy for us to get a few drops of its essence blood. We're rich. We're really rich this time. After Zi Qin smashed them with the giant egg, most of the enemies who deserved to die were dead. At this moment, no one dared to attack the monks' group. Moreover, the Burning Man had already escaped. The remaining existences were no match for them. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go and watch the battle of the ancient beast kings, Monk said excitedly. Of course, what he meant by pack up was to take away the ancient medicine king. As for the celestial experts, spiritual ring, and space pendant, they had already turned into nothingness. Monk was excited, but also a little regretful. Hence, after a few simple attacks, 5 of the 6 ancient medicine kings were already in their hands. As for the last one, it had already been taken away by the Burning Man. The king-level ancient beasts fled in panic. Their target was the exit of this space. The giant egg was too scary. They had to leave. Otherwise, when a human caught up, all of them would die. The king-level ancient beasts were extremely powerful existences, yet they were being chased by a human. This was simply too humiliating. All of the king-level ancient beasts were furious. Damned human. If I have the chance, I must kill him. That's right. We must not let this human go. All of the king-level ancient beasts were thinking of all sorts of vicious ways to kill him. Stop. Don't run. Zi Chen's voice rang out behind the king-level ancient beasts. Instantly, they were scared out of their wits. They sped up and fled. Some of them even burned their souls. Boom! The sky shook. The giant egg was like a burning meteorite. It fell from the sky and smashed towards one of the king-level ancient beasts. Boom! In a loud explosion, one of the king-level ancient beasts was hit. Its huge body fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. On the body of the ancient beast, the giant egg was already stuck to it. No, the king-level ancient beast's mournful voice rang out. Waves of energy surged, causing the ground to shake. However, its struggle was obviously futile. Soon, the king-level ancient beast was devoured and dissipated. Under Zi Chen's spiritual sense, the giant egg flew up again. It turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the second king-level ancient beast. The giant egg was very scary. Against the king-level ancient beast, it was a one-sided slaughter. Moreover, Zi Chen's speed was even faster than the king-level ancient beast. To the king-level ancient beast, this was a nightmare. The giant egg wreaked havoc, and the ancient beasts disappeared one after another. The energy surging in the giant egg became stronger and stronger. In the end, the giant egg was able to attack on its own. Just like the light belt before, it forcefully dragged a king-level ancient beast back. The exit is here. The exit is finally here. To the king-level ancient beasts, this was a competition of luck. Whoever was unlucky deserved to be devoured. When they saw the crack of the exit, the king-level ancient beasts were on the verge of crying. They were finally going to get out. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out from the tunnel. The tunnel that was already large enough to accommodate king-level ancient beasts actually grew even larger due to this energy. Furthermore, there was also a tyrannical aura circulating within the surging energy. The tunnel was forcefully opened, and the king-level ancient beasts were shocked. In the entire ancient battlefield, only those ancient beasts that had not appeared for a long time could possess such strength. Even they are alarmed. The king-level ancient beasts were shocked. They looked at the tunnel that was forcefully expanded, several times. The tunnel expanded, and a powerful aura surged out from it. The entire void was distorted by this aura. Figures walked out from the tunnel one after another. They all had the appearance of humans, and each of them was an old man. However, the aura that surged around them was extremely terrifying. These were all ancient beasts of the ancient battlefield. They were previously blocked by the tunnel. Now that they had worked together to open the tunnel, they sensed the existence of the giant egg as soon as they appeared. Their eyes instantly fell on the giant egg, and light flashed in their eyes. One of the rules has been destroyed. There is indeed a change in this world. To think that such a giant egg would appear. Such a terrifying aura. Even we can feel an oppressive aura. It must be a true blood ancient beast. Rumor has it that when a true blood ancient beast appears, the tunnel to the outside world will appear. I wonder if this rumor is true. A total of 8 old men walked out from the tunnel. Their eyes fell on the giant egg, and they were constantly discussing. During this period, they did not pay attention to Zichin, nor did they look at the other king-level ancient beasts. When the king-level ancient beasts saw them, they were like mice that saw cats. They all dodged to the side, and their eyes were filled with fear. These old men were not easy to deal with. They gave Zichin a strong feeling. Under the control of his spiritual sense, the giant egg flew out and was held in his hand. It was also at this moment that the gazes of the elders landed on Zichin. Seeing Zichin holding the giant egg, the old men were surprised. However, their surprise quickly turned into disdain and disdain. Human, hand over the true blood ancient beast, and you can leave. One of the old men glanced at Zichin and said expressionlessly, "Hand over the giant egg." Zichin looked at the giant egg in his hand and sneered. "That's right. Hand over the giant egg, and you can leave alive." Another old man said with a cold gaze. Zichin's sneer turned into disdain. He questioned, "Hand over the giant egg? Why should I?" The old men were stunned by Zichin's question. They were all ancient existences in this region. Their battle prowess had reached an unbelievable level. Even king-level beasts would have to treat them with respect. Yet they were being questioned by a human who could fly. "Human, do you know who you are talking to? Hand over the giant egg now, or you will regret it." One of the king-level ancient beasts shouted at Zichin. "Regret? Is this how it looks?" Zichin's gaze turned cold. Then he controlled the giant egg with his spiritual sense and flew towards the king-level ancient beast. Like a meteor crashing down, the giant egg stuck to the king-level ancient beast's body. Then the king-level ancient beast's essence was drained away. This time, the king-level ancient beast only lasted for 10 breaths before it was devoured into nothingness. The giant egg returned to Zichin's hand. He looked at the old men and asked coldly, "What did you say just now?" The devouring power of the giant egg surprised the old men. However, when they heard Zichin's fake words, they were filled with disdain. "Human, we admit that this true blood ancient beast is very strong, but it's not strong enough to kill us. I'll give you one last chance. Either you hand over the true blood ancient beast or you die." A cold voice rang out. It was an old man who was threatening him. "How dare you threaten me?" Zichin snorted coldly with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Then, under the urging of his spiritual senses, he threw the giant egg out with great force. He said sarcastically, "Even if I give it to you, do you dare to take it?" The giant egg turned into a meteor again and flew towards the old men. However, it was stopped halfway by a light. Chapter 572. In the past, the egg had been able to break through and devour everything. Even a king ancient beast would die upon contact. In Zichen's opinion, this egg was the most terrifying existence in the ancient battlefield. No matter what came into contact with it, it would devour it. It was because of this that he didn't care about these old antiques, and even dared to attack them. Although he was a little intimidating, he still had some powerful methods to rely on. However, When he saw that the egg was easily stopped by the old man and blocked the egg's devouring, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. Moreover, the egg's thoughts were unable to devour the other party. The old man who was holding the giant egg suddenly turned around and flew towards Zichen with the egg in his hand. Real blood ancient beasts have a natural advantage over ordinary ancient beasts, but it's not absolute. With such a huge difference in strength, it's useless no matter how great the suppression is. The old man flew over and handed the egg to Zichen. "Senior, why are you here?" After receiving the egg, Zichen was surprised. The old man who suddenly appeared was none other than the existence in the black pool in the outer region. "If I didn't come, this real blood ancient beast would have changed owners. You were careless this time." The old man looked at the group of old antiques with an unprecedentedly serious expression. "Old tortoise, as an ancient beast, how can you help a human? What's the meaning of this?" A rebuke came from the other side. The old man glanced at them and said indifferently, "I'm not helping a human. I'm helping a real blood ancient beast. By helping a real blood ancient beast, we're also helping it." The old man shook his head and said, "It's not the same. You want to devour it, but I want it to hatch." "You're crazy." An old man's face turned pale. "You want a real blood ancient beast to hatch, and then all of us will be at its mercy? This is the rule," the old tortoise said indifferently. "Bullsh *T rule. Old tortoise, you're stupid. That rule has already been destroyed by humans. Instead of letting a real blood ancient beast command us, why don't we transform into a real blood ancient beast? An unhatched real blood ancient beast could already suppress a king ancient beast and devour it. Once a real blood ancient beast hatched, it might be able to suppress these old antiques." It was rumored that when a true blood ancient beast appeared, it could open a passage to leave this place. That was because it was rumored that true blood ancient beasts could control the power of laws. Therefore, when they saw the giant egg, a crazy and daring idea appeared in their minds at the same time. They wanted to transform into true blood ancient beasts and control their own laws. "You should have a way to make it hatch, right? You have to speed up." "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold them off for long," the old tortoise transmitted. Knowing the severity of the matter, Zichen did not hesitate to take out the corpses of the ancient beasts he had killed earlier from the purple gold gourd. This included the king of ancient beasts, the heaven-devouring wolf, as well as the king of ancient beasts he had obtained in the depths of the purple gold gourd. "Hurry up and devour it, otherwise we're all doomed." After taking out the ancient beast's corpse, Zichen sent a telepathic message to the giant egg. "Buzz." The giant egg began to tremble and emit a blinding light. Rays of light energy shot out from within and engulfed these ancient beasts. They began to devour them in a frenzy. Soft sounds could be heard as the ancient beasts were devoured into nothingness by the giant egg. The light on the giant egg became brighter and brighter. As a powerful ancient beast king, the sky-devouring wolf lasted the longest. It was close to a minute. When the sky-devouring wolf's body dissipated, Zichen had consumed all the ancient beasts' corpses. One had to know that there were dozens of ancient beasts. When the ancient beasts were gone, they would devour the ancient herbs. The dense spiritual energy was constantly being absorbed by the giant egg. When the tyrant and the rest arrived, they saw the sky-devouring wolf being devoured by the giant egg. Zichen took out the ancient pill king. "Hurry up and take out all the ancient beasts and herbs." At the same time, Zichen shouted at the rest. One by one, they took out all the treasures they had obtained this time. Stalks of spiritual herbs and ancient beast corpses were all placed in front of the giant egg for it to devour. "What's going on?" Seeing the group of old men emitting powerful auras, the tyrant was shocked and couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Zichen. "These old men are all ancient beasts. They want to snatch and refine this egg." Zichen explained as fast as he could. Hearing this, the tyrant was enraged. He shouted, "How dare they set their eyes on the true blood ancient beast? They must be dreaming. Let's hurry up and let it hatch. The true blood ancient beast is ours." As he spoke, the tyrant took out many spiritual herbs from the outside world from his spatial spirit ring for the giant egg to devour. The giant egg could also devour the spiritual herbs from the outside world. Therefore, other than spiritual herbs, everyone also took out a lot of vitality stones. And this, the light flashed again in the tyrant's hand. Many crystal stones emitting dense spiritual energy appeared. Its quality was not weaker than extreme grade vitality stones. This was the excrement of the spirit-devouring rats. It was a type of crystallized spiritual energy that contained extremely pure spiritual energy. "Hurry up, don't hide anything. Take it all out." The tyrant kept urging. Everyone had no intention of hiding anything, so they took out almost everything they could. Seeing Wang Shan take out a treasure pill, Zichen was shocked. He hurried to stop him. No, we have to save it for our lives." Boom! With so many spiritual energy items for the giant egg to devour, the light on the giant egg became even brighter. A powerful aura spread out. Other than that, a dense vitality emerged from the giant egg. "Old Tortoise, you are forcing us." On the other side, an angry yell was heard. Obviously, the group of ancient beasts had broken down the negotiation. "You are the ones who are too greedy and want to break the rules," the old man said loudly. "Bullsh *T rules. Old Tortoise, if you dare to stop us again, don't blame us for being rude." A threatening voice was heard. The old man snorted and emitted a powerful aura. "With me here, don't even think about getting the true blood ancient beast. Then you are forcing us to make a move. Come, it's not like we haven't fought before," the old man said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce battle broke out. Boom! Waves of energy surged in front, and the surrounding space trembled. The energy waves caused by the ancient beast's attacks were naturally terrifying. Zichen and the others quickly retreated, leaving the battlefield to the old man. The ancient beast's kings also quickly retreated. There were a total of 8 ancient beasts, but not all of them made a move. Only 2 of them were sent to fight the old man. The 3 of them fought fiercely in the air. The speed of their attacks was so fast that it was like 3 streams of light. Almost no one could see how they were fighting. They could only hear the sounds of explosions. "Old Tortoise, it's useless." With a loud yell, one of the old man's arms was torn apart. On the other side, another old man had half of his body shattered. Bang! Another rumbling sound rang out, and a tremendous force sent the old man flying, almost breaking his body apart. Seeing the old man retreating, Zichen and the others turned pale. The other side only sent 2 old men to suppress him. If all of them attacked, the old man would have no chance to resist. The vitality in the giant egg was more vigorous, but it was still lacking a lot of energy before the true blood ancient beasts could break out of the egg. Zichen made up his mind and took out 4 drops of ancient beast essence blood from the purple gold gourd. They were shining brightly and emitting a strong, ferocious aura. Zichen had found them in a dense forest when he first came to the depths. Each drop of essence blood was comparable to a drop of essence blood in the old man's body. As the 4 drops of essence blood were devoured, the vitality in the giant egg became even stronger. Bang! At the same time, the old man who was retreating was hit by a huge force and his body collapsed. Wang Shan and the others were shocked. They thought the old man was killed just like that. Back off quickly." As soon as the old man's body was destroyed, Zichen shouted. At the same time, he used his spiritual thoughts to control the giant egg to retreat quickly. The others also followed suit. As soon as they retreated, the area where they were standing before was blasted away by a powerful force. "Your reaction is not slow, but you dare to defy our will? Only death awaits you." The 2 old men's eyes were full of mockery. Then they turned into two cold bolts of lightning and rushed toward Zi-Chin and the others. Bang! Bang! Before they could reach Zi-Chen and the others, their bodies suddenly exploded in the air and turned into nothingness. Zi-Chin and the others were puzzled by the sudden disappearance of the two old men. Suddenly, the void began to tremble. A terrifying aura appeared in front of them. The surging void seemed to be torn apart by a huge force. A violent aura surged out. In an instant, the terrifying aura surpassed the aura of the giant egg. Bang! A huge claw reached out from the broken void. It stepped on the void and caused a tremor. Amidst the tremor, a huge creature walked out. It was emitting a terrifying aura. It was a mutated beast. It looked like an old tortoise, but it had a triangular head. Its cold triangular eyes stared coldly at the old antiques. The tortoise shell was like a huge mountain. There were barbs on it. The barbs were as black as ink and emitted a cold metallic luster. It made people feel cold just by looking at it. The old man revealed his true form. It was a mutated old tortoise. Old tortoise, do you think you can do anything to us by revealing your true form? Haha, that's ridiculous. You seem to have forgotten that your strongest point is defense, not attack. As the old man spoke, the void in front of him began to tremble. Then, two powerful auras appeared. It was the two old men whose clones had been destroyed. They also revealed their true forms. The old tortoise's eyes were as cold as lightning. It spoke in human language. You'll know whether you're strong in attack or defense after you try. Humph, as you wish. One of the ancient beasts spoke. It looked at the old tortoise with a hint of mockery. But before that, we have to take that ancient beast of true blood. You two go kill those humans. We'll suppress the old tortoise. Chapter 573. The two ancient beasts that appeared charged toward the old tortoise in the sky. As for the other old beasts, they charged towards Zi-Chin and the rest. There was no need for them to reveal their true forms when dealing with a few humans that were not even comparable to the king beasts. Their clones were more than enough to kill them all. Zi-Chin and the rest were horrified. Facing the attack of several ancient beasts, it was impossible for them to escape. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp and ear-piercing sound was heard. The old tortoise stretched its head out like a lightning snake from its shell. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards one of the ancient beasts. Uft! Fresh blood splattered all over the place. The attack was as fast as lightning, and it bit through the neck of the ancient beast. After the attack, the old tortoise retreated back at lightning speed. Above the vault of heaven, the old antique's eyes widened in shock. Then its eyes lost their focus. Its giant body slammed into the ground, creating a thunderous boom and kicking up a cloud of dust. The old tortoise killed an ancient beast with just one attack. It did not even have the chance to wail before the ancient beast was killed. Everything was so simple, direct, and violent. The world suddenly became extremely quiet. Be it humans or ancient beasts, they all held their breaths. This was just too frightening. A single strike was enough to wipe out the enemy. Moreover, it was in existence at the level of an ancient being. Those old beasts that were charging towards Zi-Chin were all stunned. They stood in the sky and looked at the old tortoise with shock. Old tortoise, you. In front of them, another huge ancient beast was also looking at the old tortoise in shock. It had the strongest feeling just now. The old tortoise's powerful attack had instantly pierced through the neck of its companion. It had shattered the opponent's super strong defense and extinguished its life force. This attack could be said to be fast and powerful. Screech! Amidst the shock, the old tortoise opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing shriek. This was a sound wave attack that had materialized energy that could pierce through stone and gold. It instantly rushed towards the group of shocked old beasts. Wherever the sound wave passed, it dissipated like smoke and clouds. All the old antique level existences actually dissipated under the sound wave. For a moment, only the ancient beast was left. 2 attacks had killed an ancient beast and the clones of the other ancient beasts. Zichen and the others were deeply shocked by such a powerful battle prowess. They had never imagined that the old man, whose clone was not that strong, would have such a terrifying true body. This is too strong and domineering. The shock in everyone's hearts did not dissipate for a long time. Old Turtle, you've completely infuriated us. We want you dead. Furious roars were heard in the void. Then the ancient beasts that had lost their clones all revealed their true bodies in the void. The void trembled continuously as the silhouettes of gigantic ancient beasts appeared one after another. They filled up the entire sky and emitted a tyrannical aura. The group of old antiques was about to unleash their might. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ancient beast king had already fled far away. As for Zichen and the others, they had also fled into the depths of the forest, while the old tortoise had bought them some time. As soon as they revealed their true bodies, the group of ancient beasts immediately launched their strongest attacks against Jiang Xian. Boom! In the sky, violent energy began to surge. The entire void trembled and distorted as the power of the void began to wreak havoc. The power of the void was very destructive. Fortunately, the ancient beast kings had fled. Otherwise, even if they were touched by the power of the void, they would be crushed into pieces by the power of the void. Their ending would not be much better than being devoured by the giant egg. The battle between the ancient beasts was full of power. The void trembled as the destructive energy filled the entire sky. No one could see who was winning or losing on the battlefield. They could only see the blood of the ancient beasts falling from the sky. At their level, every drop of blood contained an inexplicable power. It would not dissipate when it fell to the ground, emitting a fierce aura. Old Turtle, it's useless. You can't stop us. The cold voice continued to be heard from the battlefield. Zichen and the others were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. They could not interfere in such a high-level battle. When the first wave of battle ended, the entire sky was raining blood. Old Turtle's lonely and tall figure stood between the heavens and the earth. There were wounds all over its turtle shell. Fresh blood was flowing out from its claws and neck. It was severely injured, but it still used its body to stop the ancient beasts. Boom! The energy that had just recovered between the heavens and the earth surged again. The second wave of battle had begun. It was 1 against 7, and all of them were ancient beasts. Old Turtle had almost no chance of winning. It was only a matter of time before it was defeated. However, it still charged at the opponents without hesitation. No, if this continues, everyone will die. Seeing Old Turtle disappear again, everyone was anxious. Suddenly, Zichen's gaze fell on the battlefield in front of them. He saw the body of the ancient beast that had died. Without the energy supply, the giant egg had stopped devouring. Obviously, it was still far from hatching. An ancient beast at the level of an ancient beast had a huge amount of essence in its body. It might be able to hatch the giant egg. However, the battle in front of them was too terrifying. Even the king-level ancient beasts did not dare to go forward, let alone the few of them. Zichen's eyes flashed. He was thinking of a way. Obviously, the idea of going through the sky was not realistic. The only feasible way was to burrow underground. Burrow underground. Zichen's gaze fell on the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat was the best at burrowing underground. After that, Zichen communicated with it through spiritual thoughts. You have to take the giant egg and sneak under the ancient beast. Let the giant egg swallow the ancient beast and hatch it. The spirit-devouring rat did not refuse. However, it was still worried. It asked telepathically, "Will it swallow me before the ancient beast?" "That's impossible. This kind of devouring technique can be controlled," Zichen said. He had asked the giant egg this question before, and it had given him an affirmative answer. "All right, I'll go now." Time was of the essence. The spirit-devouring rat did not hesitate and directly nodded. The group of ancient beasts were still fighting. The energy in the world was constantly surging, and the rain of blood was even thicker. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. No one was paying attention to the giant egg. No one saw the spirit-devouring rat carrying the giant egg and burrowing into the ground, approaching the battlefield. Along the way, it was very careful. Moreover, the giant egg had already restrained its pressure, so it was even harder to detect. All of you retreat first. I'll stay here and guard. Zi Chen looked at the chaotic battlefield and said to the others. This was also to confuse the ancient beasts, making them think that the giant egg had escaped with the humans. Thus, they all turned into streaks of light and flew away. Only Zi Chen stayed behind. Senior, you have to hold on. The giant egg will hatch soon. Zi Chen prayed in his heart as he looked at the battlefield that was raining blood. Pound! The sky trembled, and the entire void trembled. A huge figure flew out of the chaotic battlefield and smashed into the ground, causing a loud bang. The ground shook several times, and a huge pit was smashed open. Endless smoke and dust splashed up. It was the figure of the old tortoise. It fought 1 against 7 for a long time, but in the end it was no match for them. Its injuries worsened, and it was shot down from the sky. However, it was not dead yet. One had to know that these were not ordinary ancient beasts. They were all descendants of pure-blooded ancient beasts. They had lived for countless years, and their combat strength was extraordinary. It was already a miracle that the old tortoise could fight 1 against 7 and hold on for so long. Swoosh! As soon as it landed, the old tortoise rushed into the sky again without caring about its injuries. This time, it used all its strength to make a final attack. Screech! As it shrieked, it attacked like lightning once again. Its huge mouth bit down on another ancient beast's neck. As blood splattered, another ancient beast died. The second ancient beast was killed. But this time, the old tortoise also paid a huge price. There were no less than 10 wounds on its neck and head. One of them even penetrated its neck, almost decapitating it. After it landed, it tried several times but could not stand up. Its aura also became weak. In the distance, Zi Chen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Old tortoise, is it worth it for the sake of humans? A cold voice sounded. An ancient beast landed in front of the old tortoise. The old tortoise slowly raised its head. Its weak voice was filled with determination. I'm not doing this for the sake of humans. I'm doing this for the sake of the true blood ancient beasts. For the sake of the true blood ancient beasts? What a joke. The cold voice sounded again. Old tortoise, you should be proud of yourself for killing 2 of the same level. Another ancient beast landed. Its cold eyes were filled with killing intent. The old tortoise was already very weak. It did not speak. The winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Moreover, it did not have any room to fight back. It could only wait for death. Old tortoise, this is the consequence of meddling in other people's business. I'll send you on your way now. The third ancient beast landed. It was even more direct and wanted to kill it. Wait! Zi Chen shouted. The ancient beast that was about to kill the old tortoise stopped, subconsciously. Don't you want the egg of the true blood ancient beast? As long as you let it go, I can give it to you immediately. Zi Chen walked over from afar. We can get it even if we kill him. The ancient beast from before said coldly, I'm the one who awakened the true blood ancient beast. Our minds are connected. If you kill him, the egg will explode instantly. Zi Chen threatened. If you kill me, the egg will explode too. Just as Zi Chen finished speaking, a figure appeared in front of him. This figure was originally going to slap him to death, but after hearing what he said, it changed from slapping to grabbing. It directly grabbed Zi Chen and flew towards him. This was the clone of an ancient beast. He threw Zi Chen in front of the old tortoise. Senior, How are you? I have a treasure pill here. Zi-chan hurried forward and took out the treasure pill. The old tortoise shook its head. There was a gentle smile in its eyes. This is something that belongs to you humans. It's useless to me. The old tortoise's voice was weak and powerless. Chapter 574. No, it must be useful. Seeing the old tortoise's aura getting weaker and weaker, Zi-chan became anxious. He took out the only 2 pills he had left and used his energy to shatter them. They all merged into the old tortoise's body through its wounds. To a human, the pills contained extremely rich vitality. They could revive the dead. However, in the body of the old tortoise, the vitality was pitifully weak. It was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. No! Zi-chan roared loudly. The energy in his body crazily surged toward the old tortoise. Human, this is useless. The old tortoise will die sooner or later. You should take us to find the true blood ancient beasts. The group of ancient beasts mocked. Don't even think about it. Zi-chan turned his head and glared at the group of ancient beasts. He said coldly, "If he dies, all of you will die. All of us will die? Haha, human, are you joking? Zi-chan, swear to the heavens that if he dies, I will bury all of you old things with him. I will also kill all the ancient beasts here." Zi-chan's eyes were already red. His heart was completely filled with anger. Every word he said was sonorous and forceful. It was both an oath and a curse. Underground, the spirit-devouring rat trembled when it heard the tremors from above. Beside it, the giant egg was constantly devouring the ancient beast's corpse. Obviously, it knew how powerful the beasts above were, so it was carefully devouring them. Ribbons of light flew out from the egg and pierced into the giant beast's body. The giant beast's super-strong defense was as soft as tofu in front of the egg. While devouring, the egg tried its best to control the energy so that it wouldn't leak out. At the same time, it only absorbed the energy of the giant beast's lower body. As for the upper body that was exposed outside, it didn't touch it. As a large amount of essence was devoured, the life energy in the egg also became stronger. The egg only devoured half of the first ancient beast's corpse before it gave up. Instead, the spirit-devouring rat took it to the second ancient beast's corpse. This time, the egg began to tremble slightly. It was not far from breaking out of the shell. Zi-chan's oath and curse were meaningless to the group of old antiques. Without super strength, all kinds of harsh words were useless and would even invite ridicule. Human, take us to the true blood ancient beasts. Otherwise, you'll all die here, in your dreams. Even if I die, I won't let you get the primordial beasts. Zi-chan's tone became even colder. You want to die? Very well, we'll fulfill your wish in a moment. One of the ancient beasts said coldly. The 2 elixirs and the energy that Zi-chan had injected were almost ineffective. Old Tortoise's aura was getting weaker and weaker, and its life was in danger. Of the original 8 ancient beasts, 2 had been killed, leaving only 6. At some point in time, one of the ancient beasts had disappeared. Zi-chan was intentionally stalling for time, and so was the ancient beast. Soon, a cold voice came from the depths. The true blood ancient beast is not in the depths. It must be on him. The other ancient beasts all looked at Zi-chan with murderous intent in their eyes. Hand over the true blood ancient beast, or all of you will die. Zi-chan stood up and glanced at the kings coldly. You want the true blood ancient beast? Very well, I'll give it to you now. Where is it? Hurry up and take it out. One of the ancient beasts urged. It's right there. Go and take it if you can. Zi-chan pointed at the ancient beast that had died first. The group of ancient beasts turned their heads, and their expressions changed drastically. Clearly, they had thought of something. Damn it, you actually let it go underground. It must be devouring the ancient beast's energy. Amidst the exasperated voice, a burst of energy rushed out and hit the dead ancient beast. Then there was a loud sound, and the ancient beast's body was sent flying. Only half of the ancient beast's body was left. As for the lower half, it had already dried up and lost all of its energy. Damn it, it must be down there. One of the ancient beasts pointed at the clear hole in the ground. Its voice was filled with anger. Boom! The next moment, there was the sound of violent energy fluctuations. The hole that was not big before had now become a deep pit under the bombardment of energy. The destructive energy swept and spread in the deep pit. However, there was no giant egg in the deep pit. There was only a round hole that led to another place. Oh no, it should be there. The other ancient beasts reacted instantly. They looked coldly at the second ancient beast that had died. Boom! Another violent explosion was heard as the second powerful ancient beast was smashed into smithereens by this energy blast. Blood rain, minced meat, and broken bones drifted in the air. The sudden explosion stunned all the ancient beasts. They weren't the ones who had launched the attack. Buzz! In the rain of blood, the void began to vibrate. The giant egg rushed out from the ground. Its body emitted thousands of rays of light. Each ray of light seemed to have materialized. When it landed on the blood rain and minced meat, it would instantly devour the energy contained within. At the same time, a powerful aura was released from the giant egg, as well as a vast true blood ancient beast smite. Damn it, this little thing is about to hatch. Quick, stop it. The group of ancient beasts' expressions changed instantly. Then they unleashed surging waves of energy that wreaked havoc on the giant egg. The giant egg vibrated in the void. Its body glowed brightly as it met the surging waves of energy. With loud explosions, the waves of energy were shattered by the giant egg. Boom! At the same time, the giant egg rushed through the waves of energy and hit the body of an ancient beast. Although it did not stick to the body and devour the ancient beast, it still sent it flying. It sent an ancient beast flying with a single attack. Clearly, it had devoured 1.5 ancient beast eggs, so its strength had increased again. Boom! Boom! The giant egg's body glowed. Then it charged forward. This time, it was not controlled by Zichin. It relied entirely on the giant egg's own perception to charge at the group of ancient beasts. With loud explosions, the ancient beasts were sent flying. In just a few breaths' time, the sky was cleared. Such a scene brought about a deep shock. Almost all the people and beasts hiding in the horizon revealed looks of horror. Everyone, don't stop. Attack it with all your might. Don't let it hatch. The other 6 ancient beasts were dumbfounded. The giant egg was already so powerful even before it hatched. Once it hatched, wouldn't it be able to control the natural order? By then, wouldn't it only take a single thought to kill them? Boom! However, before they could unleash a powerful energy attack, the half-devoured ancient beast's corpse exploded once again. Blood, broken bones, and minced meat floated in the air again. Then they were devoured by the giant egg. The vitality that emerged from the giant egg became even denser. Then cracks began to appear on the giant egg, followed by cracking sounds. It's about to hatch. Senior, you must hold on. Seeing this scene, Zi-chan was very excited. At the same time, the energy in his body surged toward old Tortoise's body. It's useless. My vitality is gone. Before I die, I'm already satisfied to be able to see the appearance of a true blood ancient beast. Old Tortoise had become extremely weak. It was like a candle flame in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. No, no, Senior, you can't die. The true blood ancient beast should have a way to save you. Zichin shouted. Old Tortoise shook its head with difficulty and stopped talking. Its turbid eyes looked at the giant egg in the sky with anticipation. It was like an old man with one foot in the grave. Cracks appeared on the surface of the giant egg. As the cracks spread, a surge of life force was released from the giant egg. It was a sign that it was about to hatch. Break it. Hurry up and break it. The 6 powerful ancient beasts were all anxious. Their eyes turned red. They couldn't wait to break the giant egg. But when their powerful energy landed on the giant egg, not only did it not break, but it also became nourishment for the giant egg. Damn it. Could it be that it can still devour energy? Finally, a crack appeared on the giant egg. It spat out a ray of light. This ray of light filled the sky and lit up the entire space. At the same time, a terrifying pressure emerged from the ray of light. Under this pressure, the void began to distort and the sky shook. The appearance of the true blood ancient beasts caused the world to change. The power of the rules in the entire ancient battlefield began to surge crazily. Rumble. A loud sound came from the heavens and the earth. It was like thousands of claps of thunder. Then, an endless amount of power of the rules appeared above the giant egg. It formed waves of energy and fell on the giant egg below. This is the power of the rules. When the 6 ancient beasts saw the power of the rules, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Their huge bodies couldn't help but tremble. The rules were the most terrifying existence in the ancient battlefield. They were fearless, but they were most afraid of the rules. The giant egg successfully attracted the rules and began to devour the power of the rules. Their next attack didn't contain any destructive energy. Instead, when they came into contact with the rules, the destructive energy turned into energy nutrients and was devoured by the giant egg. Above the firmament, amidst the endless power of the natural order, there was also a dense vitality that surged madly towards the giant egg. At this moment, the entire ancient battlefield was shaking. A terrifying pressure shrouded the entire ancient battlefield. It was a pressure that came from the depths of the soul. All the ancient beasts prostrated themselves on the ground and welcomed their king in the lowest position. The birth of the true blood ancient beasts required a huge amount of vitality. Even the rules couldn't provide all of this energy. Other than the power of life contained in the rules, it also required the pure vitality of the world. Boom! Boom! As though they had sensed the king's request and knew what the king needed, the bodies of the ancient beasts exploded one after another. A rich life force entered the void and gathered towards the giant egg under the influence of the power of the natural order. Chapter 5, 75. In the outer region, under the power of the rules, ancient beasts exploded one after another, providing the giant egg with pure life energy. In the area where the giant egg was located, the bodies of several ancient beast kings suddenly exploded without warning, turning into the purest life energy. In addition, the bodies of more ancient beasts in this area also exploded. All the life energy gathered together, forming a substantial torrent of life energy that appeared from the void, sprinkling down on the giant egg below. Life energy, what a rich life energy! Seeing the rich life energy sprinkled on the giant egg converging into a river, Zichen's eyes instantly lit up as if he had seen hope. Then, ignoring the power of the rules of destruction that rippled around the giant egg, he rushed toward the giant egg. As soon as Zichen's figure rose into the air, the power of the rules in the sky distorted, and then a giant hand of the rules of destruction appeared, slamming toward Zichen. This was the pure power of the rules. Its appearance meant that there was an existence that violated the rules in this area. Obviously, this existence was Zichen, who wanted to take the torrent of life energy. If such a blow landed on Zichen, he would undoubtedly die. Buzz. Seeing that the giant hand of rules was about to hit Zichen, the giant egg in the sky suddenly trembled. After a tremor, a ripple spread out from the giant egg, directly toward the giant hand of rules. Wherever the ripple passed, the giant hand of energy directly collapsed. During this period, Zichen did not hesitate and rushed straight up. Even when he saw the giant hand of rules appear, his figure did not stop at all, directly rushing toward the torrent of life above the giant egg. After the previous rule was destroyed by a ripple from the giant egg, it did not appear again, and no other rule came to kill Zichen. The pure torrent of life energy was surging with momentum, like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven descending from the sky. Zichen's golden palm moved in front of him, and streaks of extreme energy rushed out, forcibly separating from the giant torrent of life energy and sprinkling it toward the dying old tortoise. However, such a rich torrent of life energy dissipated into nothingness before it could fall on the old tortoise. How could this be? Zichen's widened eyes were filled with doubt. After that, he once again used his ultimate energy to divert the torrent of life. However, just like before, the torrent of life dissipated in midair before it could land on Old Tortoise. However, this time, Zichen relied on his powerful spiritual senses to discover the problem with the torrent of life. Within the torrent of life, he sensed a will. The general meaning of this will was that this was the life energy given to the king. Apart from the king, no one could absorb it. Naturally, Zichen could not accept this result. Old Tortoise's life was in danger, and he needed the life energy to save it. Zichen was unwilling to give up. He waved his golden palm once again, diverting the torrent of life once more. However, this was repeated several times, but it still didn't succeed. The will of the torrent was uncontrollable. "I don't believe it," Zichen shouted. His hair danced in anger as if he had gone mad. His golden palm kept waving in the torrent. This time, an even larger torrent of life was split. However, just like before, the torrent of life disappeared as soon as it fell. "It's useless. Don't waste this life energy. I've lived for countless years, and I'm already very satisfied to be able to see the appearance of a true blood ancient beast before I die." The old tortoise's voice was weak, but its tone was full of calmness toward life and death. "No, Senior, I won't let you die. I said that I'll take you out and show you the outside world." Zichen shouted crazily. He was unwilling to give up. Golden light kept flashing between his palms, trying to divert the torrent of life, even if it was just a little bit. The giant egg had reached an important stage of its birth, and obviously, it couldn't help Zichen at this moment. After repeated attempts to no avail, the crazy Zichen finally came to his senses. He knew that this method wouldn't work. After that, he directly wrapped the torrent of life with his golden energy. Using the ultimate energy and his powerful spiritual sense, he controlled this energy so that it wouldn't flow away. Then, he let the old tortoise absorb it. However, just like before, even a little bit of life energy had its own will. Other than the king, no other ancient beast could absorb it. "I don't believe it." Zichen looked up at the sky and roared. His expression became ferocious because of his craziness. "So what if it has its own will? I'll destroy you alive." The silver heavenly thunder wings appeared on Zichen's back. Streams of silver energy flowed. This was something from outside the ancient battlefield. Zichen hoped to use this silver energy to suppress the will in the torrent of life energy. With the help of the silver energy, ultimate energy, and spiritual sense, Zichen barely suppressed the will in the torrent of life energy. He flashed in front of the old tortoise and covered the old tortoise's wound with this energy before it dissipated. This was pure life energy. It came from a group of ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield. It was a product of this rule. Under this life energy, the old tortoise's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unfortunately, there was only one stream of life energy. Its effect was limited and negligible. However, as long as it was useful, it was fine. Zichen's eyes began to shine. His eyes were filled with hope again. The heavenly thunder wings on his back opened up and vibrated again. With a speed that was close to teleportation, he instantly appeared in front of the torrent of life energy. With the addition of the 3 streams of energy, he once again suppressed a stream of energy and flashed back for the old tortoise to absorb. This process repeated. Although the old tortoise's life energy didn't increase because of this energy, it didn't weaken either. This proved that it was effective. The hatching of the giant egg triggered the rule of heaven and earth. At this moment, the power of the rule of destruction kept surging around it. At this moment, it was simply a pipe dream for the group of old antiques to refine the giant egg again. During this period of time, the destructive attacks they launched were transformed by the surrounding power of the rule of destruction before they could land on the giant egg. The destructive attacks were turned into energy nourishment for the giant egg and were directly absorbed by the giant egg. With the rule of protection, the 6 ancient beasts' eyes were filled with shock. The hatching of the true blood ancient beast was a foregone conclusion. Their hearts were filled with fear. In the sky, the torrent of life energy kept falling. The giant egg was madly devouring and absorbing this energy. As more and more energy was absorbed, the cracks on the giant egg became more obvious. In the end, they spread to the entire surface of the giant egg. The light emitted from the cracks illuminated the entire world. Moreover, the terrifying power was even more terrifying. In the distance, everyone looked at this scene in shock. They were waiting for the birth of the true blood ancient beast. The true blood ancient beast could be born at any time. The ancient beasts no longer hesitated. They made the decision to escape almost instantly. Then they turned around and fled. Streams of light flashed as they rushed toward the entrance that they had forcefully broken open. Bang! The cracks on the giant egg had spread to the limit. Then, with a loud sound, the giant egg exploded. This was not a real giant egg. Instead, it was a type of pure energy. After it shattered, it turned into nothingness and dissipated from the world. The giant egg shattered. A wave of heaven, overflowing vicious, might engulf this area. A true blood ancient beast appeared. At this moment, heaven and earth trembled, releasing rumbling sounds. The power of laws surged on the surface of its body. A true king appeared in the ancient battlefield. Roar! A loud dragon's roar resounded in the world. Within the dragon's roar, there was a deep tiger's roar. A glowing figure appeared in the giant egg that had exploded. It was only 3 meters in size. Its body emitted a dazzling light like a dazzling golden sun. The ferocious power that surged around it made the ancient antiques, who had lived for thousands of years, tremble. At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the sky. They were all staring at the dazzling golden sun. When the golden light dimmed, they could finally see the true blood ancient beast's appearance. It was only 3 meters tall, but it had the legendary dragon head, tiger body, dragon tail, and tiger claws. It was an indescribably powerful creature. The dragon head was ferocious, mighty, and domineering. The tiger body was covered in golden scales. The 4 tiger claws were extremely sharp. The long dragon tail was filled with pure power. What is this? When they saw the mysterious, true blood ancient beast, not only were the humans dumbfounded, but even the ancient beasts were confused. Clearly, they had never seen or heard of such a creature. Could this be the legendary Longhu sovereign? The weak old tortoise's eyes suddenly widened. They were filled with shock. As for the other ancient beasts, they seemed to have realized something as well. All of them were terrified to the extreme. The Longhu sovereign was known as the strongest ancient beast. He was a true supreme existence. He was the king of the ancient beasts. Roar! The dragon roar was accompanied by the deep roar of a tiger. The majesty of a true blood ancient beast spread out. The emergence of a true blood ancient beast revealed the majesty of a king. At this moment, all the ancient beasts in the ancient battlefield prostrated themselves. Even the ancient antiques had no choice but to lower their proud heads. The Longhu sovereign was known as the strongest. Now that it had the power of laws, all the ancient antiques' faces turned ashen. After the resonant dragon roar, a cold light flashed in the Longhu sovereign's eyes. He didn't make any movements, but just a glance at the passage ahead caused the power of laws to surge. Then, the passage that led to this place instantly closed. In an instant, the power of laws appeared and the passage closed. The Longhu sovereign didn't wait for the crowd to reveal their astonishment as he coldly swept his gaze over an ancient beast that was at the level of an ancient artifact. Previously, When Longhu's sovereign had appeared, the power of the natural order had landed on them and rendered them immobile. Now that the power of the natural order had appeared again and landed on the ancient beasts, they couldn't help but howl in despair. Light surged around its body as it tried to struggle and break free from the restraint of the power of laws. Unfortunately, it was only an ancient beast of this world. It wasn't in existence like the old demonic ape. Its struggle was futile. In just a few breaths' time, the ancient beast lost its life. With a glance, the passage was closed. With another glance, the ancient beast was killed. Chapter 576. With just a glance, the Longhu sovereign had killed an ancient beast at the level of an antique, completely shocking the other ancient beasts. The ancient beast's body fell from the sky after its death. However, before its huge body could land on the ground, the ancient beast's body suddenly exploded. A strong life force emerged from the exploded corpse, forming a torrent of life force that surged towards the dying old tortoise. The first thing the Longhu sovereign did when he appeared was to save the old tortoise. The old tortoise's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye when all the life force of an ancient beast entered its body. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on its body were completely healed. Such a scene stunned everyone. However, it wasn't over yet. The Longhu sovereign's gaze fell on the second ancient beast. This time he didn't use his eyes to kill. Instead, he roared soul deprivation. The power of laws appeared once again as his voice sounded. The eyes of the ancient beast instantly slackened as a pure soul consciousness flew out from its body. This soul consciousness was still in the form of an ancient beast, but it was forcibly extracted by the Longhu sovereign. Furthermore, the Longhu sovereign's soul deprivation had directly obliterated the consciousness within the soul, turning it into the purest soul power. The old tortoise's injuries had already completely healed, but its soul flame was still very weak due to the heavy injuries it had suffered. Now that it had a complete ancient beast soul, the old tortoise's soul flame quickly burned fiercely. After a few breaths, the old tortoise, which had been on the verge of death, was brimming with vitality. Its eyes were filled with disbelief as it respectfully said to the Longhu sovereign in the sky, "Thank you for saving me, Longhu sovereign. No need to thank me. I saved you because you saved me." This was the first time the Longhu sovereign had spoken. Although his voice was a little immature, the majesty of a supreme beast didn't diminish. From the moment the Longhu sovereign had appeared to the other party, killing two ancient beasts with a single glance and a single word, Zichen hadn't spoken to him yet. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. His heart was incomparably excited. "How, we're rich. We're really rich." Monk, who was far away in the horizon, instantly flew over when he saw that the situation was settled. He put his arm around Chen's shoulder and pretended to be very familiar with him. He looked at Longhu sovereign and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Did you see that? He killed two ancient beasts in an instant and can even control the laws of heaven and earth here. We've really picked up a treasure. My previous investment has paid off." It was indeed a great harvest. With Longhu sovereign around, they could do whatever they wanted in the ancient battlefield. They could kill any ancient beast they wanted without any fear. Previously, in order to hatch the Longhu supreme beast, he had used up all of his harvest from the ancient battlefield. However, those were only small losses. The complete ancient beast that had lost its soul was more than enough to make up for all of his losses. This was a true supreme treasure. The value of a single drop of blood far exceeded that of a single drop of essence liquid. "We're really rich." Chin nodded with an excited expression. He seemed to be imagining himself leading a real blood ancient beast to every corner of the ancient battlefield. However, Chen looked at Monk and said indifferently, "Even if we're rich, I'm the one who's rich. What does it have to do with you?" "You." Monk was furious when he heard that. He glared and shouted in a low voice, "How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Chen rolled his eyes. Wang Shan and the rest also rushed over quickly. However, compared to Monk's excitement, they were more shocked in their hearts. Longhu Sovereign. I didn't expect the first real blood ancient beast to appear in the ancient battlefield to be Longhu Sovereign. Old Tortoise had already recovered. His original body was hidden in the void, and the old man's clone was revealed. His expression was still excited, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Senior, what's Longhu Sovereign? Is he very strong? Zichen asked doubtfully. When the others heard that, they also looked at the old man. Longhu Sovereign is known as the king of the ancient beasts. How can he not be strong? The old man's eyes were still filled with shock. There's only one pure-blood ancient beast, and it's unique. Its combat strength is unbelievably strong. Just like the lightning snake, the horned hound, and the golden lion, they represent the strongest combat strength. However, there's also a king and a ruler among the pure-blood ancient beasts. The ruler is Longhu Sovereign. When Zichen and the rest heard that, they instantly understood and were stunned. Pure-blood ancient beasts were already extremely powerful existences. Every single one of them was unique in the world and represented extraordinary combat strength. However, no one expected that there would be a ruler among the pure-blood ancient beasts. And this ruler was right in front of them. It was just like in a place where countless super experts existed. There would always be a ruler who would appear and rule over them. Bring him out. We must bring him out. Monk became even more excited after hearing everything about Longhu Sovereign. Bring a king sovereign, an extremely powerful ancient beast, and a thieving rat that's born to seek treasures. Our plan to establish a force won't have to worry about it anymore. The sixth force of Chaos City will belong to us in the future. Monk transmitted his voice excitedly. Zichen's heart was no longer calm. The appearance of Longhu Sovereign, who could control the laws, meant that everything had come to an end. The group of ancient beasts were only ancient beasts and didn't have the strength to resist the laws. They had no combat strength in front of Longhu Sovereign. Therefore, they began to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign, we know our mistakes. Please let us go. We were too greedy. We hope that Longhu Sovereign will spare our lives. We have eyes but fail to see. I hope that Longhu Sovereign can give us a way out. The four ancient beasts displayed the lowest attitude and continued to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign stood in the air, surrounded by the power of the laws. His eyes were cold as he replied with a single word, strip. The souls of the four ancient beasts instantly left their bodies, and their life force vanished. Their enormous corpses slammed into the ground, emitting muffled booms. As for the pure soul power that had left their bodies, it was directly devoured by Longhu Sovereign. In the distance, all the ancient beasts were shocked when they saw the scene. This was especially so for the other king-level ancient beasts. They were terrified to the extreme. Longhu Sovereign turned his head and glanced at the ancient beasts in the sky. Then he spat out another word, strip. He was stripping their lives. In the next moment, apart from Old Tortoise and Spirit-devouring Rat, the other ancient beast souls were destroyed and they died. Clearly, this supreme being beast was a decisive existence. Its ice-cold eyes swept over the rest of the humans once again. The faces of the humans changed drastically. Clearly, this supreme beast king wanted to kill them all. Forget it. These are humans, not ancient beasts. They're useless to us. Zichen finally spoke. Longhu Sovereign nodded and withdrew his cold eyes. At the same time, he shouted, "Scram!" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules appeared. All the humans were transported to another area. Wow, wow, wow. Supreme Beast. Good job. A simple word could destroy the enemy. The power of the rules was at its fingertips. Tyrant was extremely excited and called out as if he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tyrant finished speaking, the supreme beast in the sky blacked out and fell to the ground. The old man shot out a ray of energy at the right time and supported the supreme beast. Senior, what's going on? It's not dead, right? Tyrant was even more nervous than Zichin. The old man shook his head and chuckled. It's fine. The supreme beast has just been born and is still very weak. It's just exhausted from constantly using the power of the rules. Zichin also nodded. He had already sensed the abnormality of Longhu's sovereign. It has just been born and is still very weak. Everyone was speechless at the old man's evaluation. If a weak Longhu sovereign could kill an ancient beast, what would happen if it wasn't weak? Longhu's sovereign had just consumed a lot of energy and needed to recuperate. This area had been completely sealed. If they wanted to open it, they would need Longhu's sovereign to wake up. Hence, Tyrant, Wang Shan, Wang Qiong, Lu Peng, and the others flew in all directions and began to collect the corpses of the ancient beasts. Only their souls were destroyed. Their bodies were intact. They were like ancient beasts that had fallen into a deep slumber. Their value was even higher. These ancient beasts were enough to make up for their previous losses. As for the 5 ancient beasts, they were still not counted. Tyrant was grinning from ear to ear as he collected the ancient beasts' corpses. These things were enough for them to undergo several baptisms and increase their strength. The biggest winner in the ancient battlefield this time was none other than them. Zichin had been guarding in front of Longhu's sovereign. He didn't pick up the ancient beasts' corpses, nor did he have any intention of taking them away. After staying here for more than a year, it was obvious that the opening of this place was not far away. Next, they just had to wait to leave this area. However, Zichan would have to fight against the power of the rules again if he wanted to bring the old man and the spirit-devouring rats out. Therefore, he wouldn't bring anything valuable with him. He wouldn't even participate in the upcoming baptisms. 2 hours later, Longhu's sovereign woke up. Compared to the existence that killed the ancient beasts with a single sentence, Longhu's sovereign, who had withdrawn his aura, now looked more like an ancient beast. Zichin called everyone back and introduced them to Longhu's sovereign beast. Right, what's your name? Zichin suddenly asked. He still didn't know Longhu's sovereign beast's name. Longhu's sovereign beast shook his head, indicating that he didn't have a name. Haha, I'll give you one since you don't have a name. Why don't we call you Evil Good Dragon? Tyrant was the first to speak. It was quite impressive to give Longhu's sovereign a name. No, it should be Wang Dalong or Wang Dahu. Look, it's not small at all. Wang Shan said. Following that, everyone gave their suggestions and chattered nonstop. Longhu's sovereign beast, who was still a little unfamiliar with them, soon became familiar with them. Forget it. Let's call it Longhu like the demonic ape. It's simpler and more direct. Zichin made the final decision. Longhu's sovereign beast had no objection to it and gladly accepted it. Chapter 577. This Longhu, can you open a path to the outside world? The old tortoise asked after a slight hesitation. The suppression of a supreme beast was too strong. Even though Longhu's voice sounded like a child's, the old tortoise was still hesitant. The old tortoise could clearly feel the suppression coming from the soul. Following the words, everyone's gaze landed on Longhu with excitement, anticipation, and various expressions. This was a very important question. Even Zichen's expression was extremely serious. If Longhu could open a path, there was no need for him to go against the rules. Besides, Zichen had a bold and crazy idea in his mind. If Longhu could really open a path to the outside world, he would bring a bunch of ancient beasts with him. The ancient beasts here were stronger than humans in terms of overall strength. The emperor-level ancient beasts could even slay a late-stage primal core existence. As for the ancient beasts, they could easily dominate the Chaos City. Moreover, Zichen didn't believe that there were only 8 ancient creatures in the Fringe. He believed that there must be more. If he were to bring all of them out, the thought of how the Fringe would be swept clean by the myriad of beasts. Hee, the corners of Zichen's mouth curled into a smile. Hey, wake up, you're dreaming. The monk's words woke Zichen up from his dream. I'm not sure about the details. I need to investigate further. Long Hu's voice was immature. He did not give a definite answer. There's no rush. Let's leave this place first. Chen said. This time, Long Hu did not say a word. The path ahead was opened, and the group left the place. In the ancient battlefield, the news about the ancient beasts being slain had long spread. Besides, many ancient beasts had sensed the presence of their emperor. Thus the ancient battlefield was no longer peaceful. Long Hu, do you think it's easy for us? We've spent so much effort to come here to search for treasures, ancient herbs, successions, and ancient beasts. But until now, we've found nothing. Once we leave this place, we won't be able to move a single step without any resources. The monk went up to Long Hu and complained while touching his dragon head. This damned monk, he never changes his greedy nature. Chen cursed in his heart, but he did not stop the monk. Whether or not he would be able to leave this place alive was still a question. If he gave his friends more resources, their achievements would be higher and they would naturally live better lives. Oh, I devoured all of your gains earlier. There was a hint of guilt in Long Hu's tender voice. He was indeed very innocent. Sai, let's not talk about this anymore. We're willing to do this because we're friends. This has nothing to do with you. It's all our fault for not being able to kill more beasts. The monk patted Long Hu's head and shook his head with a sigh. What should we do now? Long Hu lowered his head and said softly, Didn't many ancient beasts die before? Didn't you collect them? Sai, let's not talk about it anymore. The more we talk about it, the more tears we will shed. When the monk heard those words, he shook his head and sighed again. Then let's just kill a few more ancient beasts. They're all nutrients anyway, Long Hu finally said. Clearly, he did not care about the ancient beasts here. Isn't this too embarrassing? Making a supreme being like you hunt down an ancient beast? The monk raised his head, his eyes shining. Do I have to kill them as well? Long Hu stared at the monk in confusion. Sai, let's not talk about it anymore. The more we talk about it, the more tears we will shed. Before the monk could finish his words, Long Hu nodded his head. All right then, I'll do it. The excited monk suppressed the wild joy that was about to erupt out in his heart and retreated back bitterly. As for the others, they looked at the monk with weird expressions. It was as though they were saying, Why do you look so heartless no matter how I look at you? The gains this time around were almost enough to break the heavens. Even the overlord factions would be envious and want to start a war. However, this damned and greedy monk claimed that he did not have any gains at all. He even said that the more he talked about it, the more tears he would shed. Everyone had an urge to rush up and slap this heartless monk to death. Following that, spring arrived for the monk. Long Hu hunted down the ancient beasts in a simple, direct, and violent manner. Under the might of a supreme being, the ancient beasts were killed before they could even put up any resistance. At the back, the monk collected the ancient beasts until his hands were cramping. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is a real supreme beast. The ancient beasts just stood there and let him kill them without any resistance. The monk exclaimed in a boastful manner. Compared to the spirit-devouring rats, Long Hu, who had mastered the rules of cultivation, was more sensitive to the ancient battlefield. Apart from killing the ancient beasts with ease, Long Hu could clearly sense the ancient ruins and ancient herbs through the force of the rules of cultivation. As a result, spring arrived for everyone. In the following journey, Long Hu led the group and discovered at least 3 powerful successions. They also discovered a few powerful ancient battle skills. After a few days of exploration, the group had a great harvest. Wang Xian, Wang Qiong, and the others had also benefited a lot. There was nothing left for them to stay. Following this, the group began to make their way back. On their way back, when they passed by the place where they discovered the sword steel, Chen signaled the group to stop. He then took out the sword steel and showed it to Long Hu. At the same time, he asked Long Hu to check if there were still any sword steels in the area. He had a feeling that the sword steels were a bunch of powerful sword skill successions that represented the pinnacle of the sword arts. Thus, they were quite extraordinary. The group stayed at the place for 2 days. During this period, Longhu continuously unleashed the force of the rules to sense the surroundings. In the end, they found another sword steel buried deep in the ground 1,000 meters away. Previously, they had found 4 sword steels, and now they found another one. There were a total of 5 sword steels, all of which were kept by the monk. The group had obtained an unbelievable amount of loot. If they were to sell everything they found after leaving the place, their wealth would be comparable to any faction below the ruler faction. That being said, the wealth of the sect might even surpass the ruler faction. As such, before they left the place, Longhu tore open a rift and discovered a small pool of primary liquid. The group was slightly surprised. The pool contained more than 2,000 drops of primary liquid. If it were before, the group would be extremely excited, but now they were only slightly surprised. This was the 3rd pool of primary liquid that Longhu had discovered, and it was the one with the least amount of primary liquid. This time, the primary liquid was directly devoured by the demonic ape. In addition to that, Longhu also discovered quite a number of crystal ores, which contained pure qi, which could be used to refine extraordinary weapons of high quality. Besides, they were useful for the spirit-devouring rats too. Considering that the group had obtained a great amount of loot, the crystal ores were given to the spirit-devouring rats. The latter was extremely excited and expressed its gratitude continuously. It was obvious that even after a few days, it still could not relax in front of Longhu. 5 days later, they returned to the outer area and arrived at the Black Pool. A year ago, Zi-Chun and Tyrant were still being hunted down. They were extremely excited after discovering a groundhog rat and slaying it. Tyrant even held onto the excrement of the spirit-devouring rat and gnawed on it. Now a year had passed, and the group's loot had multiplied by a few thousand times, causing Zi-Chun and Tyrant to exclaim in astonishment. It seemed like the only thing left for them were the baptisms and transformations. Apart from Shangguan Bingshi and Wang Xian, the others had joined in the process of dissecting the ancient beasts and retrieved their blood for the baptisms. During this period, Zi-Chun did not waste his time either. He was even more diligent in dissecting the ancient beasts. In his spare time, he would bring Wang Xian around the place, enjoying the rare time they had together. Longhu had thoroughly familiarized himself with the place and gave Zi-Chun an affirmative answer. It could open up a path to the outside world, but the condition was that it could only leave on its own. It could not force other ancient beasts to pass through. Despite being excited, Zi-Chun felt helpless at the same time. Wang Xian, I was not in a good mood after learning the news. Every time she went out with Zi-Chun, she would hesitate to say something. You don't have to say anything. Senior has saved my life a few times. I have to bring him away. Zi-Chun had made up his mind. I'm not stopping you. I just want you to stay alive. Wang Xian, Er's eyes were already red. The two of them hugged each other. Their shadows elongated until the sun set. The process of dissecting the ancient beasts lasted for a few days. Apart from the first day, Zi-Chun was chased away by Tyrant and the others for the next few days. It was obvious that they wanted Zi-Chun to spend more time with Wang Xian. Wang Qiong turned a blind eye to it, as he had already approved of Zi-Chun. Every time Zi-Chun returned with Wang Xian, everyone would look at him with strange gazes, which left Zi-Chun speechless. What made him even more speechless was that Tyrant was the first one to find him. Kid, you won't get another chance like this. If you were to die under the rules, Miss Xian would be. Before Tyrant could finish a sentence, he was sent flying with a kick from Zi-Chun. How indecent. Shangguan Bingshi, who was passing by, happened to hear Tyrant's words. She glanced at Zi-Chun and snorted softly. She had a good relationship with Zhang Haotian recently. When Zi-Chun returned, Wang Xian, who was chatting with Shangguan Bingshi, blushed. LV Peng looked at him and laughed. Zhang Haotian's cold expression was also holding back his laughter. As for Wang Qiong, who was not far away, his face was dark. Brother-in-law, Your choice this time is very dangerous. You should at least leave yourself a legacy. Wang Shan quietly came up and whispered. Zi Chen's face also darkened. After 5 days of dissecting, they had dissected many ancient beasts and placed all kinds of materials neatly in front of them. With so many materials, if we hand them over to some factions that know how to refine weapons and armor, we can create a legion. Brother-in-law, you will be the legion commander then. Looking at the materials on the ground, Wang Shan, who knew that Zi Chen was going to create a faction, said, Of course. All of this was on the condition that Zi Chen was alive. The baptism was imminent. Everyone stopped joking about Zi Chen and started to choose the items for the baptism. This time, everyone was well prepared. Other than the ancient Herb King, they even had spiritual items. There was no choice. With Long Hu around, they had to get spiritual items, even if they didn't want to. These things were rarely seen, but with Long Hu, spiritual items in the ancient battlefield were like cabbages. P.S. I suddenly realized that this book has almost sold for 2 million, but it still hasn't pushed down the female lead. This makes me reflect. Could it be that the book's results are not good because these factors are not included? Compared to other books that have 3 to 5 chapters of pushing down a woman, and it's not even the female lead, this book is simply too weak in terms of pushing down. So, I hope everyone can give an honest opinion on whether to push down the female lead or not. Chapter 578. The baptism was around the corner. Thus everyone began to prepare themselves. On a fine day, a whirlpool appeared in the black pool. The whirlpool expanded all the way to the bottom of the pool. Stalks of precious herbs and drops of blood emitted brilliant glows and colorful auras as they fell to the bottom of the pond, followed by the spiritual objects. All the materials for the baptism were prepared. Everyone sat with their legs crossed and went to the bottom of the pond to begin the baptism. Apart from Tyrant, it was the first time for the others to be baptized. Thus they did not use too much of their blood. For example, they only used a single drop of blood from ancient beasts, not because they were reluctant, but because they were worried that their willpower would not be able to endure it. As for Tyrant, after the baptism, his physique, willpower, and experience had all increased greatly. This time, the baptism had increased the quantity. It could be said that he was the biggest winner this time. He had enjoyed all the resources. After everyone entered the pool one after another, Old Tortoise, Zi Chen, and Long Hu gathered beside the black pool and began to discuss how to leave. The only thing they could rely on was the purple golden gourd to resist the rules. They were putting their lives on the line. Thus they had to discuss and plan carefully. Long Hu had already made his stance clear a few days ago. He would surely leave with Zi Chen to explore the outside world. The first question that everyone was considering was how Long Hu was going to leave. Should he open a path on his own, or leave with Zi Chen? I can control the rules of this ancient battlefield. Thus I'm immune to them. For safety reasons, and to be able to find you after we leave, I think it's better for me to enter the purple golden gourd and leave together. Long Hu's tender voice was heard after a slight ponder. Long Hu's choice obviously had more disadvantages than advantages, and the losses outweighed the gains. All of this was purely for the sake of Old Tortoise and the spirit-devouring rat. Old Tortoise's eyes were filled with gratitude. It was flattered that a supreme beast would lower itself to consider for it. That's fine too, but if something happens, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Zi Chen frowned slightly. Not necessarily. I was more than 50% confident in the past, but now I'm more than 70% confident. However, before that, Zi Chen, you have to refine the purple golden gourd again. Old Tortoise said in a serious tone. Zi Chen nodded. The discussion finally came to an end. Zi Chen started to refine the purple gold gourd. In his sea of consciousness, the purple gold gourd emitted a brilliant purple light. Runes flowed on the surface of the gourd. Inside the gourd, there were complex and mysterious runes. These runes formed mysterious purple gold spaces, like small worlds. Zi Chen's soul fire burned fiercely, incinerating these runes. His soul kept trying to invade the interior of the purple gold gourd. After the baptism, the refinement and the metamorphosis, the region fell into a short period of silence. But very soon, waves of ferocious might came from the black pool. The roars of ferocious beasts kept coming from the bottom of the pool. A terrifying and oppressive aura filled this area. This was a change that occurred when everyone began to refine the old antique's essence blood. Their wills needed to resist the will within the essence blood. Clearly, this was a long process of confrontation, killing, and devouring. After absorbing the spiritual energy of so many crystals, as well as the 2 spirit items, the spirit-devouring rat also fell into a deep slumber, undergoing another metamorphosis. In just over a year, it had undergone 2 metamorphoses. The spirit-devouring rat's gains were not small. All the survivors in the ancient battlefield sensed that this trial was nearing its end, so they took advantage of the last bit of time to crazily hunt ancient beasts. However, what they hunted were just some groundhogs and gray mice. As for the pure-blooded ancient beast descendants, there were very few of them who were strong enough to kill them. It could be said that because of Zichen's participation, this trip to the ancient battlefield had become the most disastrous one in history. On Chaos City's side, the Shangguan families, people had been annihilated because of him. The 8 great powers had been annihilated because of him. The demon beasts in the wasteland had been annihilated because of him. The Martial Heaven Alliance's Heaven Empyrean experts and other experts had been annihilated because of him. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's assassins had suffered disastrous losses because of him. There were only a few survivors. Even more terrifying was that in the ancient battlefield, 8 of the nearly undefeatable ancient beasts had died because of him. As for the ancient beast kings, they had lost dozens of them. As for the ordinary pure-blooded ancient beast descendants, they numbered over 100. While all the humans and beasts were terrified of Zichen, they were also envious of his gains. His harvest from this trip alone was far more than the sum total of all the forces in the fringe over the years. As his spiritual flame continued to refine the violet gourd, the light within it grew even more resplendent. Furthermore, the small worlds within it gave off an even more mysterious feeling. As his spiritual flame continued to invade, Zichen felt like he was seeing a vast starry sky. He saw mysterious Xing-Chen stars revolving around him. Each one of those Xing-Chen stars was like a world on its own. Boom! Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Immediately after, a purple gold gourd rushed out from between his eyebrows. The gourd surface was covered in mysterious runes, and it continuously rotated in the sky, releasing a mysterious and powerful aura. Buzz! At the same time, there were waves of vibration coming from the purple golden gourd, forming waves of vibration ripples that spread in all directions. Old Tortoise and Longhu were alerted by the sudden change of the violet golden gourd. They fixed their gazes on the gourd. The gourd was vibrating, emitting waves of vibrations. There was a mysterious energy within the vibrations. The 2 stared at the violet gourd in astonishment. Zichen opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He glanced at the violet gourd. Meanwhile, with a thought, the violet gourd stopped vibrating and descended from the sky into Zichen's hand. Following this, the violet glow on the violet gourd dimmed. The violet gourd became simple like an ordinary object. It no longer had the mysterious aura from before. However, Zichen, who was holding the purple gold gourd, could clearly sense that there was a mysterious energy being absorbed by the purple gold gourd. This energy was mysterious, powerful, and very pure. Only he could sense it. How is it? Did the space in the violet gourd change? The old tortoise asked impatiently. Before Zichen could sense anything, he immediately probed into the violet gourd with his spiritual thoughts. At this moment, the violet gourd looked simple like an ordinary object. However, its interior was shining brightly. More mysterious runes appeared and formed characters. They rotated around the space like a mysterious seal. Moreover, Zi-Chen could clearly sense that the space had undergone a huge change. It seemed to have become more like a world with more vitality. After sensing for a while, Zi-Chen nodded. Immediately, joy appeared in old Tortoise's eyes. Clearly, Zi-Chen's nod had increased his 70% success rate by another 10%. With an 80% success rate, it was worth a try. Zi-Chen spent 7 days refining the violet gourd. However, the monk and the others were not done with their baptism yet. The ferocious aura in the black pool had weakened significantly. Apparently, their baptism was coming to an end. Buzz. Before they finished their baptism, the spirit-devouring rat had completed its transformation. Its white fur was spotless and shiny like silk. It emitted a dazzling light. This transformation not only strengthened the spirit-devouring rat's speed and defense, but also sharpened its senses. After several transformations, the spirit-devouring rat was becoming more like a treasure-seeking thief rat. One day, the spirit-devouring rat would become a pure, treasure-seeking rat. Bang! A few days later, there was a sudden vibration at the bottom of the pool. Then a black figure flew out. The first one to complete the baptism was Zhang Haoyan. There was a faint smile on his cold face. Apparently, he had gained a lot this time. Then the devil ape appeared. There was a hint of frustration on its face. It seemed that it was just as everyone had guessed. The human baptism method was not suitable for the sky-splitting battle ape. Then Wang Shan and Wang Qiong appeared one after another. Both of them had undergone a huge transformation. Their physiques were dozens of times stronger than before. Brother-in-law, the body tempering technique you taught me is really good. It's very powerful. I can destroy a spiritual weapon with my bare hands without using any elemental energy, Wang Shan said excitedly. During the baptism, Zi-Chen taught them a set of body tempering technique. It was the perfect physique recorded in the one-word heavenly book. This time, Zi-Chen was not stingy. He taught the perfect physique to everyone. Lu Peng also rushed out with a face full of joy. However, when he landed, he didn't control his strength and directly smashed into the ground. The others were a little better than him. They were only a little deeper and weren't as bad as Lu Peng, who was directly smashed into the ground. Then, Shangguan Bingxi also flew out. She had become radiant and valiant. She had undergone a transformation from head to toe. When Wang Xian appeared, everyone saw a dazzling light. She was like a fairy. Her white robe fluttered as she descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground trembled, setting off a wave of air. Then the ground cracked open. Wang Xian was clearly better at controlling her strength. She did not appear in a sorry state. After the baptism, her physique had undergone a transformation. Her entire body was glowing. Her straight and smooth legs were filled with strength. A day later, Monk's baptism ended. He flew out from the bottom of the lake. His gains were the greatest among the group. The degree of transformation from the two baptisms surpassed Zi-Chen's. As soon as he appeared, his body emitted a dazzling golden light. He struck at Zi-Chen. Boom! Powerful energy surged. Zi-Chen was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back. He staggered. Haha! Lord Zheng's combat strength has also become stronger. Zi-Chen, you won't be able to suppress me in the future. Monk laughed. After the baptism, it was not long before the passage opened. During this last period of time, everyone was familiarizing themselves with the powerful strength that they had suddenly obtained. 7 days later, there was a fluctuation in the sky. A pitch-black passage descended from the sky and extended in front of everyone. It's time to go out. Everyone looked at Zi-Chen. The latter nodded at them. Be careful. Take care. Chapter 579. Outside of Chaos City, the tunnel formed by the stone token had been there for a year and a half. During this time, many forces had been guarding this place. In recent days, The stone token had begun to tremble and ripple. It was no longer stable. This was a sign that the ancient battlefield was about to close. All of a sudden, many forces received the news and rushed over. Apart from those major forces, there were also many cultivators who came to join in the fun. They stood in the distance and filled the sky. Among these large forces, other than the people from the 5 overlords who were full of confidence, the rest of the forces were more or less uneasy. It was especially so for the 8 major forces, who only had 1 token. Each of them only sent 5 people. It was obviously unrealistic for 5 flight users to cause a stir in the ancient battlefield. Therefore, they were not very confident. It's best if 3 of them survive. They were hoping that only 1 or 2 people from their clans would come back alive. Sometimes, all of them would be wiped out. The 5 overlords had made ample preparations this time. All of them appeared calm and collected, waiting for their clans to appear in the sky and share the great harvest with them. However, Shangguan Feixiong's expression was a bit unnatural. Shangguan Feixiong, which of the 5 forces do you think will gain more? Someone from the Zhou clan asked. We'll know when they come out, Shangguan Feixiong said indifferently. He was a bit distracted. In the past year, the Shangguan clan leader had been very cold to him. Before, he would purposely suppress his hostility, but now he was no longer hiding it. This gave him a bad feeling. As a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan leader naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Right now, Shangguan Feixiong was worried about his daughter. He knew very well what kind of person Shangguan Qixiong was. Shangguan Qixiong was usually cautious in his clan, but in the ancient battlefield, where no one could control him, he would become unrestrained. Shangguan Feilin, if you dare to do anything to my daughter, I won't let you go. A cold light flashed in Shangguan Feixiong's eyes. The Zhou clan leader didn't seem to notice Shangguan Feixiong's annoyance. He continued, How about we make a bet on who will gain the most? Boring. Shangguan Feixiong snorted and stared at the tunnel on the stone token. That's enough, old Zhou. Can't you see that Feixiong is vexed right now? He's worried about his daughter, the Wu family said. The expert from the Zhou clan chuckled and did not say anything else. Suddenly, the passage surrounded by the stone medallions trembled, and ripples spread out. Following this, the passage leading to the depths opened, and human figures appeared. The passageway opened, and human trial-takers appeared one after another. Swish, 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 swish. With a flash of brilliance, the human cultivators landed on the ground. After a year and a half, they had come out of the ancient battlefield alive. Their eyes were filled with joy. It's Zhang Feng, a member of the Zhang clan. Seeing their own family members come out first, the Zhang family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, looking at Zhang Feng's joyful expression, it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Zhang Feng's harvest was indeed not small. Not only did he kill several groundhogs, but he also killed a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant in the outer region. His harvest could be said to be great. Anyone who survived the ancient battlefield would be protected. This was another unwritten rule in the lawless, chaotic lands. Therefore, no one would make a move here. After Zhang Feng came out, he shouted to his family members, "Uncle, we have gained a lot this time." Zhang Feng did not care as he led his family members back to his own faction. With his head held high, he was like a general who had returned victorious, enjoying the envious gazes from all around. After the Zhang clan came out, a few other factions came out one after another. From the smiles on their faces, it could be seen that they had gained a lot. All of them have gained a lot. Looks like our family won't be too bad either. The 8 factions all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The brilliance continued to flash. This time, it was the overlord factions that appeared. Moreover, it was 4 factions that appeared together. The overlord factions of Wei, Wu, Chen, and Zhou had all appeared together. This shocked many people. Turning to look at the gloomy faces of the leaders, the elixir realm masters of the 4 factions felt their hearts skip a beat. How is this possible? There should be more people who haven't come out. More than 100 people went, but less than 10 came back. Looking at the 8 lonely people under the stone order, many people widened their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief, and let out cries of surprise. When the 5 overlord factions entered, they had a lot of people. That scene made the other factions envious. But now, only 8 people from the 4 factions appeared. Moreover, these 8 people belonged to the 4 factions, so each faction had 2 people. The 8 of them were very depressed and unwilling. This time, they were the real foils in the depths of the ancient battlefield. All the glory was taken by Zichin. Moreover, the 8 of them only managed to survive. As for their gains, they were not much better than the other factions. The 8 of them walked out of the range of the Stone Order and returned to their own factions. During this time, no one else appeared. It could be seen that there were only 8 of them left. How can this be? The Elixir Realm Masters of the 4 factions were completely dumbfounded. Humph! Wu families Wu Bo snorted and said unwillingly, "This is nothing. The Shangguan families, people have been wiped out. Even Shangguan Qishiang is dead." Wu Bo's words made the Shangguan family's Elixir Realm Master's expression change instantly. Shangguan Feixiong's heart also skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. Behind him, another Elixir Realm Master's expression was extremely ugly. He turned and left quickly. Wu Bo didn't deliberately suppress his words, and they instantly spread throughout the entire battlefield. This caused many powers to be shocked. The small powers had gained quite a bit, but the large powers had actually been completely annihilated. While they were shocked, they were also somewhat delighted. Wu Bo glanced at the 8 factions and said coldly, "You bunch of old things, don't be too happy. None of the 40 people from your families are still alive. They were all killed by the barbarians." What? The faces of the primal core experts from the 8 major powers who were gloating over their misfortune suddenly changed. Their ruddy faces were completely drained of blood. They had paid a huge price just to enter the ancient battlefield. Now they were completely annihilated. This result was hard for them to accept. "Young Master Wu, what did you say?" one of the elders asked with a trembling voice. "I said that all of your people were killed by the barbarians. That's all. None of them are alive." Wu Bo snorted again. He then glanced at the Shangguan family and said, "Oh right, the Shangguan family's people were also killed by the barbarians. Even Shangguan Qishiang was killed by the barbarians." Once these words were spoken, it naturally caused an uproar. The barbarians were weak. How could there be such powerful barbarians in the barbarian land that could kill Shangguan Qishiang? However, when some people mentioned the barbarians, they remembered that cold figure from that day. He had said that the barbarian land had once made the entire southern region tremble, and that the barbarian land would rise again in the future. Could it be that the barbarians of this generation had really risen? Just as Wu Bo had said, the passage in the stone token had not been opened for a long time. The hearts of the Dan Yuan of the 8 major forces suddenly turned cold, and the coldness around them also turned into killing intent as time passed. Just when their killing intent was at its peak, a group of barbarians appeared from the tunnel. Wang Qiong, the monk Wang Shan, LV Peng, Zhang Haoqian, Wang Xian, Shangguan Bingxi, and the rest landed below the stone tablet. This was the first time that so many people had appeared in the sky other than the 4 factions. Everyone's attention was on them. Then they saw 2 familiar faces in the group. It was the monk from the barbarians and Shangguan Bingxi from the Shangguan family. Just when everyone was wondering if these people were the ones who had massacred the 8 forces, Wu Bo pointed at the group of people and said coldly, "They are the barbarians. They are the ones who killed the Shangguan clan's people and your 8 forces people. Damn barbarians. I want all of you to die." Seeing the monk and the rest, the eyes of the Elixir Realm Masters from the 8 factions turned red. They were furious. Crazy killing intent surged from their bodies and swept towards the barbarians. Then 8 Elixir Realm Masters rushed out from the 8 factions. Each of them held an elixir weapon and rushed towards the barbarians. Hearing Wu Bo's words, Shangguan Feixiong, who had already lost all hope, suddenly brightened up when he saw Shangguan Bing among the barbarians. The excitement in his heart was indescribable, but at that moment he guessed what had happened with his extraordinary intelligence. The barbarians would not attack the Shangguan family for no reason. Moreover, Zichun had a close relationship with Shangguan Yu. Now that he saw his daughter among the barbarians, he immediately guessed that it was the damned Shangguan Feilin who had ordered Shangguan Qixiang to kill his daughter. The barbarians must have killed the Shangguan family to save his daughter. After guessing what had happened, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. However, when he saw that his daughter was fine, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. Therefore, he who was extremely conflicted was a little slower in stopping Dan Yuan from stopping the 8 factions. Therefore, the 8 Elixir Realm Masters and the barbarians started a fierce battle. Immediately after, a series of muffled and earth-shaking explosions reverberated between heaven and earth. Surging and berserk energy spread out from the battlefield in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Pieces of flesh and bones were splattered everywhere. A bloody scene appeared on the battlefield as soon as the battle started. The battle that started in an instant was over in the next moment. The bloody stone head was right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with horror. 4 of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters were killed in an instant. There were no complete corpses. Although the other 4 were still alive, they were all severely injured. This was the shocking result of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters from the 8 factions attacking with their elixir weapons. As for the barbarians, none of them were injured. Chapter 580. Everyone's attention was on the barbarians. They could clearly see the barbarians' attacks. The barbarian wielding the stone sword split a primordial core cultivator in 2 at lightning speed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The tall demonic figure even smashed another primordial core cultivator with a club, leaving nothing behind. As for the other 2 primordial core cultivators, they were hammered to death by the bald monk with 2 punches. Other than that, the last 4 experts who were severely injured were also injured by the 4 barbarians in an instant. One should know that these barbarians were all flying. It was already terrifying if 1 or 2 of them could fight above their level. However, from the combat power displayed by the barbarians, it seemed like all of them could fight above their level. Could it be that the barbarians had really risen? All of the primordial core experts were shocked. How dare you attack us? You are courting death. Just when all of the primordial core experts were still in shock, Zhang Haotian, who was holding the stone sword, spoke coldly. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Then the stone sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew towards the primordial core experts. A monstrous killing intent swept across the area. The inheritance of killing appeared again. However, it was used to kill 4 severely injured primordial core experts. Obviously, there was no need to hide. Therefore, under the extremely fast sword gleam, the 4 primordial core experts did not even have time to scream before their heads were separated from their bodies and flew up high. Fresh blood spurted out from the headless corpses. The 4 injured primordial core experts died instantly. Killing 4 primordial core experts with 1 sword, even if they were injured, was enough to prove Zhang Haotian's strength. The surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone looked at the cold-looking young man with the stone sword in shock. After a long time, there was a sound of people taking in cold air. Killing primordial core experts so easily. Are they really barbarians? Are they really from the land of barbarians? Barbarians, a land of barbarians that is lacking in resources. Why are the barbarians so strong this time? All the experts were stunned by the quick end of the battle. Their expressions were truly shocked to the extreme. so much so that they did not have any reaction when they saw the monks stooping down to collect the spirit rings of the 8 Dan primary realm experts. The powerful combat power of the barbarians had shocked and intimidated everyone. Watching the scene from afar, Wu Bo's expression changed drastically. However, this was the Bedlam lands, an overlord force, his territory. As the saying goes, in his territory he is the one who calls the shots. Hence, Wu Bo was only startled for a moment, but did not lose his wits. Therefore, after recovering from his shock, he quickly sent a spiritual thought transmission to the experts beside him. At the same time, Chun Liang, Zhou Sun, and Wei Jing also sent a spiritual thought transmission to their own primal core experts. The content of their voice transmission was naturally related to the harvest from the ancient battlefield. When the group of Origin Dan experts heard this, their eyes instantly widened as disbelief surfaced on their faces, after which their eyes were filled with intense greed. As their expressions changed, they instantly made their choice. "Stop! How dare you start a fight here? Don't you know the rules?" Immediately, a Dan Origin expert from one of the overlords shouted, "You dare to kill people in broad daylight? Do you still have any respect for the overlords?" said the second overlord. Apart from the Shangguan family, the other 4 overlords also spoke out one after another, reprimanding the barbarians. After that, for early primal core experts also rushed towards Tyrant and the others. Tyrant was bending down to pick up the elixir weapons and spirit rings. He did not pay any attention to the 4 primordial elixir realm masters from the overlords. Instead, it was Wang Shan who glanced at the 4 of them indifferently. He shouted, "Are you all blind? Can't you see that we are just defending ourselves?" Facing the overlords of the Bedlam lands, Wang Shan did not give them any face. "Bastard! How dare you speak to us like this when you know who we are? How dare you break the rules in broad daylight and speak rudely to the overlords? Are you courting death?" The 4 primal core experts were enraged. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they rushed towards Wang Shan. Not knowing right from wrong and framing others, UF** King sure, are the overlords. Glancing at Wu Bo and the others, a cold light flashed in Wang Shan's eyes as he shouted at the 4 primal core experts. "Courting death. Barbarians, die!" The 4 primal core experts were enraged. They emitted a strong aura, ready to attack. Previously, the other party had killed 8 primal core experts in an instant. Now, these 4 primal core experts still dared to attack. Clearly, they thought that these barbarians would not dare to attack in their territory. At this moment, Tyrant had just collected all the pill weapons and spiritual rings. Then he slowly stood up. As a monk, he clearly had no relationship with the orthodox monk Ci Bei. At this moment, he frowned and showed extreme dissatisfaction. Then he attacked, simple and direct. In a flash of golden light, Tyrant's fist landed on the 4 primal core experts. In an instant, they felt as if a huge mountain had smashed into their heads. Their bodies trembled in the air, and then they vomited blood and flew back. 1 against 4, Tyrant won. He ended the battle quickly. "On account of the fact that you are the overlords, I will let you off for being unreasonable. But if there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy," Tyrant said viciously. His voice was very cold. Around them, the experts from the other forces were all dumbfounded, daring to scold the primal core experts of the overlords, daring to attack the primal core experts of the overlords, and even daring to threaten them after the incident. While they were dumbfounded, they also felt a sense of confusion. Were they really barbarians who came from a barbarian land with no power, influence, resources, or powerful inheritance? Why were they so unscrupulous? It was as if they had a super force behind them. The experts from the other forces were confused, but the experts from the 4 overlords were furious. In an instant, a few mid-stage primal core experts in the lead appeared. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they suppressed the barbarians. "Stop! What are you doing?" Shangguan Feixiong finally reacted in time. Before they could attack, he stopped the 4 mid-stage primal core experts. Shangguan Feixiong, what do you think we are doing? Didn't you hear what these barbarians said? Shangguan Feixiong, get out of the way. This is between us and the barbarians. The 4 mid-stage primal core experts stared at Shangguan Feixiong coldly. They are the ones who went overboard in this matter. The great primal core experts actually disregarded the rules of this place and attacked a few Yuskai experts. These 8 forces all deserve to die. What now? Are you guys going to bully the weak? Shangguan Feixiong asked coldly. Beside him, Shangguan Bingshi had already briefly explained the ultimate goal of the 4 forces. Daring to attack and threaten the overlords? Shangguan Feixiong, this is no longer a matter of bullying the weak. This concerns the face of the overlords. One of the mid-stage primal core experts said coldly, get out of the way. Today, I will show these ignorant barbarians what an overlord is. Shangguan Feixiong, for the sake of the overlord's dignity, you should join me to fight against these ignorant barbarians. The few primal core experts did not give up, and killing intent surged around them. Not far away, Wu Bo and the rest sneered at Wang Shan's group. Humph, weren't you guys strong in the ancient battlefield? Now that you are in our territory, show me how strong you can be. You 4 idiots who kneel down and lick the demon race's boots. I really regret not killing you guys in the ancient battlefield back then. Damn it, what the hell are you guys? Seeing the demon race from the wasteland in the ancient battlefield. You guys are like grandsons meeting their grandfathers. You guys don't even care about your face. Today, you guys are acting like wolves. Wang Shan glanced at the 4 coldly. He did not hide the anger in his heart as he scolded. Suddenly, the 4 demonic geniuses' faces turned green as they scolded Wang Shan for talking nonsense. Damn it, you guys know best if you guys are shameless or not. Why do you need me to talk nonsense? Wang Shan scolded again. Every time he opened his mouth, it was filled with curses. Everyone was speechless towards Wang Shan. On the other hand, the 4 overlord forces were fuming with anger. Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. If you guys attack them, it is the same as attacking our Shangguan clan. Helplessly, Shangguan Feixiong could only threaten them with the name of the Shangguan clan to protect them. When the 4 heard this, their faces changed as they stared at Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Feixiong, are you really going to protect them? Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. Even if we have to use all our resources, our Shangguan clan will protect them. Shangguan Feixiong said firmly, indebted to them? Killing all the people from the Shangguan clan in the ancient battlefield? I wonder where this debt came from. Our Shangguan clan will protect them with all our resources. Shangguan Feixiong, who gave you the right to boast like that? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. Immediately after, powerful auras appeared from the horizon. It was the people from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the current clan master of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feilin wore a luxurious purple gold robe. His handsome face turned gloomy after hearing about Shangguan Qixiang's death. Behind him, there were 4 primordial core realm experts. Each of them was emitting powerful auras at the mid-primordial core realm. In addition, there were many early primordial core realm experts. Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feixiong turned around and saw Shangguan Feilin. His eyes were burning with anger, and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. How dare you? Not only did you not call me clan master, you even forgot to call me elder brother, Shangguan Feilin said coldly. Before Shangguan Feixiong could say anything, Shangguan Feilin glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, people of the Shangguan clan, listen up. As the clan master, I order you to take down these barbarians who dare to attack the Shangguan clan. When the group of Shangguan family experts heard this, they shouted yes and immediately attacked. Stop! Let me see who dares to move. Shangguan Feixiong gave up on scolding Shangguan Feilin and shouted at the primordial core realm experts. However, Other than a few people who were slightly stunned, the rest of the primordial core realm experts rushed toward the barbarians without hesitation. All of you stop. I killed Shangguan Qishiang, and the thing you want is also with me. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice sounded out. P.S. I apologize to everyone for the unstable updates. Now, every chapter is edited and released on the spot. I would like to give you a punctual update time so that you can read it when the time is right, but I can't give you a specific time without a draft. When I have a draft, even if there are only 2 chapters, I will update you on time. Chapter 581. Under the Stone Order, Zichen, who was ready to fight against the rules, had appeared for a long time. However, Tyrant and the others were too powerful and attracted everyone's attention. As a result, the real main character was ignored. Fortunately, Zichen spoke at the crucial moment and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The group of Elixir Realm experts did not listen to Shangguan Feixiong. Instead, they stopped after hearing Zichen's calm words. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen instantly. Then, many experts' expressions changed. This was because many of the people present knew Zichen or had seen him before. Zichen's great reputation had already been known by many forces before he had even entered the ancient battlefield. The barbarian Zichen. This was a name that made many forces feel humiliated. I killed that bastard Shangguan Qishiang with my own hands, Zichen said calmly as he glanced at Shangguan Feilin. Then he looked at the 4 overlords again and said calmly, Aren't you acting all righteous just for the ancient beast corpses? I have all the rewards this time. Then his gaze fell on the 8 forces, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. As for the trash Zephyr that you sent out, they were all slaughtered by me. His calm expression and calm words brought about an unimaginable shock. Everyone's mind was shaken, and their faces were filled with disbelief. His frankness made Zichen, who was already the center of attention, become the focus of attention in an instant. There were other experts on the 8 forces side. When they saw Zichen and heard Zichen's words, their eyes were burning with anger and killing intent surged around them. As for the 4 overlords, the expressions of the Elixir Realm experts kept changing. At the same time, they were communicating with Wu Bo and the others through telepathy. Obviously, they were verifying the credibility of Zichen's words. The facts proved that, as the leader of the barbarians, it was very likely that Lin Fan had all the rewards. Seeing that his son's murder was right in front of him, the corners of Shangguan Feilin's mouth twitched with anger. He wished he could swallow Zichen whole, chew him into pieces and swallow him whole. The primal core experts of the Shangguan family all looked at Shangguan Feilin. Obviously, they were listening to his orders and arrangements. Bring him here. Shangguan Feilin gritted his teeth. Do it. Kill. At the same time, the 4 overlords and the 8 cardinal forces also issued orders. Therefore, after giving the order, more than a dozen primordial Dan experts rushed toward Zichen. From the moment Zichen had appeared until now, he had not moved at all. Even when he was facing the attack of a group of experts, he did not move at all. Even the energy in his body did not surge. He just stood there like a mortal. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen, who remained motionless and calm, was obviously too arrogant. He was courting death. Thus, the group of Dan origin realm experts rushed forward, preparing to kill Zichen in close combat. Buzz, his Gene Dan essence, rushed up. The attack was close at hand. Zichen still did not move, but the stone medallions above him moved. The 5 stone medallions trembled in an instant. The simple and unadorned stone medallions flashed with brilliance. Then they emitted rays of light, forming a large net of light in the air and falling from the sky. The light that appeared on the stone tokens was naturally the rules of the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the net formed by the stone tokens fell, which was equivalent to the power of rules falling. Swoosh, swoosh, like a sharp blade, all the primordial Dan experts who were enveloped by the net of rules, were instantly cut open. As blood splattered, neat and smooth cuts appeared in front of the crowd. As for their spiritual thoughts, they were instantly destroyed by the rules. Red blood instantly covered the ground. The bodies that had been cut into pieces also spilled on the ground. Zichen still did not move. Even his expression did not change. However, the primordial Dan experts, who were lucky enough to stay outside of the net, looked at Zichen as if they had seen a ghost. In their eyes, the net formed by the stone tokens should have been controlled by Zichen. Controlling the stone tokens to fight shocked the crowd. It was far more shocking than Zhang Haoyan, the monk, and the others. Moreover, nearly 10 of the primordial Dan experts were killed in an instant. Such a terrifying number of casualties was extremely shocking. Seeing the scattered corpses on the ground, the expressions of the 5 overlords instantly changed. That was because the stone tokens that were supposed to be collected by them had suddenly lost control at this moment. Compared to Zichen, the stone tokens were obviously more important. Therefore, the experts of the 5 overlords all looked at Zichen, asking him what he was doing to control the stone tokens. "I want the stone tokens." Zichen gazed at the 5 overlords, and a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "If you still want the stone order, then let my friends leave first." Zichen's words were a threat. However, the stone tokens were too important. They naturally could not lose them. Therefore, they did not even hesitate for a second and nodded in agreement. "You can leave." Zichen looked at the monk and the others and said calmly. During this period, he still did not move. In the sky, ever since the stone tokens shone, the light had not been retracted. Moreover, there were still streaks of rules descending and circling around Zichen. "Let's go." The group of people took one last look at Zichen and then turned to leave. Wang Xian's eyes were red, but she did not want to cry. After taking one last look at Zichen, she left. This one last look might be an eternal farewell. This was because they knew that Zichen's fight against the rules had just begun. Other than Shangguan Bingxi, Wang Qiong and the others all left. Many people's eyes flashed and had different thoughts in their hearts. However, after looking at Zichen and thinking about the barbarians, they finally gave up on chasing after them. "They have left. You should return the stone tokens." A Dan origin realm expert from one of the overlords asked coldly. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "Let's wait for a while. There's no hurry." Another long time passed. This period of time was enough for the barbarians to run 100,000 miles away. The stone tokens were too important. The patience of the overlords was finally worn out. One of the Dan origin realm experts shouted coldly at Zichen. Zichen, quickly hand over the stone tokens. Zichen's calm expression had a tinge of sarcasm. He then asked, "Can't you see that I'm not the one controlling the stone tokens? It's the stone tokens that are trapping me." Zichen's question made everyone speechless. When they took a closer look at the light and saw it clearly, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, the light from the stone medallion kept circling around Zichen. However, after seeing it clearly, they knew that the light wasn't protecting Zichen. It was more like it was probing his body. As for the Dan origin realm expert, who was killed by the light, it was because he accidentally entered the range of the light. He was clearly restrained by the stone tokens, but he still dared to use it to threaten others, save his friends, and play with the overlords. While everyone was speechless, they also admired Zichen's courage and meticulousness. At the same time, they were also very puzzled. Why did the stone tokens only restrain Zichen and even circle around him to probe him? Could it be that there was something special on him? However, it was a pity that no one could answer this question. Strands of rule power probed around Zichen, but after failing to find anything, they seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. The light around Shi Ling's body flashed again, and then even more rule power fell. These rule power were densely packed, like thousands of threads, and filled the area where Zi-Chen was. However, there was no destructive power in them, and they seemed to be purely probing for rule power before landing on Zi-Chen's body. At this moment, Zi-Chen felt like he was being spied on, and it was from all directions. This was even scarier than being naked, because his soul was also exposed. These power of the rules were probing from all directions, from every drop of blood to every bone in his body. Zi-Chen's forehead was already covered in sweat. This was caused by nervousness. Obviously, he did not expect the stone tokens to be so difficult to deal with. Around them, the curiosity in the eyes of the crowd was even stronger. What was the stone tokens trying to find on Zi-Chen's body? The moment the stone tokens came into contact with the thunder element in Zi-Chen's body, the stone tokens in Zi-Chen's heart, the stone tokens immediately retreated and came to an end. However, before Zi-Chen could heave a sigh of relief, the law that had finished probing his body entered Zi-Chen's soul and discovered the purple gold gourd. Buzz! With a tremor, the power of the rules forcibly pulled out the purple gold gourd from Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness. This scene caused Zi-Chen's heart to jump to his throat. After being refined again, the purple gold gourd had become simple and unadorned. It was like an ordinary object in the sea of consciousness, but it was still forcibly pulled out. However, just as the power of the rules was about to probe the purple gold gourd, the simple and unadorned purple gold gourd suddenly flashed with a bright purple gold light. The bright purple gold runes flowed on the surface of its body, and a mysterious and powerful aura emerged from the purple gold gourd. Without Zi-Chen's control, the purple gold gourd was actually resisting the probing power of the rules on its own. Such a strange scene not only stunned Zi-Chen, but also the people around them. They did not expect that the stone tokens would actually find something on Zi-Chen's body. Then their eyes became eager. Obviously, the thing that the stone tokens were looking for was the purple gold gourd. Something that the stone tokens were interested in was naturally not ordinary. For a time, many people were greedy. Buzz! The purple gold gourd kept trembling, releasing a mysterious and powerful aura, constantly urging the runes on its surface to prevent the power of the rules from invading. In midair, the stone tokens kept glowing, and more power of the rules emerged, forming thousands of rays of light that tried to break through the defense of the purple gold gourd. For a time, the two kinds of energy were in a stalemate, touching and silently confronting each other. Around them, the people did not know what was going on and did not dare to breathe loudly. As the stone tokens emitted more and more destructive rays of light, they had to retreat far away. Chapter 582. The purple gold gourd defended itself like an iron wall. It was impregnable like a purple gold lump. There were no flaws on its body. Shi Ling was not to be outdone. As it trembled continuously, the power of the rules fell. It represented the strongest destruction rules of the ancient battlefield and slashed the purple gold gourd. This was a silent confrontation, but the energy contained in it was unimaginably powerful. If it was in the ancient battlefield, even a group of ancient beasts would die in an instant. Unfortunately, the purple gold gourd was not a product of the ancient battlefield and was not controlled by this rule. Hence, when the strongest destruction rules fell on it, its power was greatly reduced. Cold sweat kept falling from Zi-Chen's forehead. Obviously, he was extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death. Once Shi Ling Tan found out that there was an existence that violated the rules in the purple gold gourd, the strongest destructive force would land on him in the next moment. Although he wasn't a product of the ancient world and the power of the rules would be discounted when it landed on him, there was no mistake that he would instantly die under the power of the rules. In the purple gold gourd, Old Tortoise and Spirit Devouring Rat were extremely nervous when they saw that the purple gold runes in the internal space were flowing faster and there were rumbling thunders coming from the purple gold gourd from time to time. The supreme beast Longhu was also surrounded by the power of the rules. It was ready to let the power of the rules rush up to block the gap in the purple gold gourd and confuse Shirling at any time. However, judging from the current situation, Shirling was obviously not that easy to confuse. Time passed by minute by minute. The group of experts in the distance held their breaths and watched the silent confrontation quietly. A quarter of an hour passed. The silent confrontation continued and became more intense. Some energy fluctuations were faintly surging. Zichen was so nervous that he broke out in cold sweat. Once the energy fluctuations surged with hostility towards Zichen would definitely die. In the distance, the other experts retreated again. The power of the rules was not hostile towards Zichen, but it was hostile towards them. Half an hour passed, then half an hour passed. The silent battle finally came to an end after an hour. The final result was that the purple gold gourd had won. The power of the natural order was completely retracted and surged into the stone order. The 5 stone orders that were protecting the sky also disintegrated in an instant. Then, they flew towards the 5 overlords. The strange change in the stone token was a major event in the Bedlam lands. Therefore, the 5 overlords had already sent out late primal core experts. When the stone token flew back, it fell into their hands. Who? The silent confrontation ended. Zichen, who had fought against the rules, was finally victorious. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge mountain had been lifted from his chest. He sat down on the ground and felt completely exhausted. There was not a trace of strength left in his body. Previously, when he stood motionless for an hour, it was as if he had been in a fierce battle for several days and nights. The purple gold gourd fell from the sky and became simple and unadorned again. It was stored in Zichen's sea of consciousness. In the sky, the passageway slowly recovered after the stone order left. At this moment, the ancient battlefield that only opened once every 1,000 years was closed. The next time it opened would be another 1,000 years. With the stone order back in place, the crisis was resolved. The overlords no longer had any scruples. In an instant, a crazy killing intent swept towards Zichen. Killing intent was everywhere. It was densely packed and filled the sky. Whether it was those who had a grudge against Zichen or those who did not, they released their crazy killing intent without any scruples. They released their killing intent for a reason. Some wanted to avenge their sons, some wanted to avenge their clansmen, some wanted to avenge the ancient beast corpses, and some wanted the purple gold gourd that had fought against the stone order. They all had different reasons, but they all had the same goal, which was to kill Zichen. Therefore, everyone released their killing intent towards Zichen. At this moment, it was as if Zichen had provoked the wrath of the entire world. Sensing the dense killing intent, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. He clearly could not stand it anymore and wanted to stand up for Zichen. He was the only one who was willing to stand up for Zichen. However, he was stopped by Shangguan Bingshi. She then whispered to her father, "Father, there is nothing for us to do here. We should leave. Let's go." Shangguan Feixiong's eyes widened when he heard that. He then turned around and criticized Shangguan Bingshi. "There are so many enemies who want to kill Zichen. How can we leave? Moreover, he saved you. We cannot be ungrateful. Enemies." Shangguan Bingshi swept his gaze over the people who were emitting killing intent, and his eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, "These people are not Zichen's enemies, and they're not worthy of being Zichen's enemies, because they will soon be dead." Right then, everyone's attention was focused on Zichen. Naturally, no one cared about the 2 from the Shangguan clan. Therefore, no one listened to their conversation. Even if they did, they would only laugh coldly. He was only at the mid-stage of the Zephyr realm. How could he kill more than 100 core realm warriors? What? Shangguan Feixiong, who knew that his daughter rarely joked, was shocked. Even if they don't all die, most of them will die. Let's go. Zichen can take care of this. There were so many powerful warriors here. They could even attack a powerful force. Shangguan Feixiong did not believe that Ziqin could kill more than half of them by himself. However, he still listened to his daughter. He turned around and looked at Ziqin. Then, he saw something that made him speechless. He saw Ziqin, who was facing so many killing intents, pick up the spirit rings of the dead core realm warriors on the ground calmly. Although Shangguan Feixiong had no idea where Ziqin's confidence came from, he had to believe that Ziqin would have a way to deal with so many powerful experts. Afterward, Shangguan Feixiong did not hesitate anymore. He took a few of his trusted subordinates and followed Shangguan Bingshi back to the Shangguan clan. As soon as they left, a group of powerful warriors surrounded Ziqin. They surrounded Ziqin until not even a drop of water could get through. Naturally, the overlords were at the front. They looked down at Ziqin with murderous intent. One of them yelled, "Ziqin, let's see where you can run to today." Ziqin took all the spirit rings. Then he stood up and said regretfully, "What a pity. The elixir weapon is broken. It's useless now." The group of powerful warriors was furious. How dare he ignore them when he was surrounded like this? Therefore, many of them yelled again. Only then did Ziqin look at them. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. "Run. Why should I run? Humph. You can't run even if you want to." Shangguan Feilin snorted. As the head of the Shangguan clan, he had a noble status. Even though every inch of land around Ziqin was worth gold, he still had to leave an empty space in front of him. Shangguan Qixiang's death made him not care about his status as the head of the Shangguan clan. He said coldly, "Even if I die, I'll torture you to death." Ziqin looked at Shangguan Feilin and said indifferently, "You're that scumbag young Master Xiang's father, right? Brother Feilin, are you sure you want to go against me?" As soon as Ziqin finished speaking, Shangguan Feilin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The people of the Shangguan clan were even more furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Ziqin apart on the spot. The others also had a strange look on their faces. They thought that this guy really couldn't see the situation clearly. At this moment, he should be kneeling down and begging for mercy. Instead, he called Shangguan Qixiang a scum and then called his father a brother. Everyone was speechless. "Are you in a hurry to die? I won't let you die so easily." Even the well-mannered Shangguan Feilin's face twisted when he heard Ziqin's words. However, he resisted the urge to slap Ziqin to death. "Die. I'm still alive and well. Brother Feilin, why would I want to die?" Ziqin looked at Shangguan Feilin and asked curiously. Shangguan Feilin was naturally happy to hear the same title, Brother Feilin, from other people. However, when it came from Ziqin, he felt a chill run down his spine. For a long time, he couldn't help but tremble with anger whenever he heard the title. Seeing that Shangguan Feilin was silent for a long time, Ziqin looked at the other overlords and asked, "Brother overlords, could it be that you want to kill me as well? Are you sure you want to oppose me?" "Idiot brat, who do you think you are? We can kill you with a single finger. Killing you is as easy as swatting a fly. Do we need to think about it?" Raged one of the overlords. They were all at the core devil realm, and even the youngest of them had lived for hundreds of years. Although age was never a factor in the martial heaven continent, for them to be called brother by a brat was an immense insult. "Idiot brat, we're going to kill you today. Furthermore, we're going to tear you to pieces and take everything from you. Furthermore, we're going to capture your friends and kill them all." Another old Dan origin core cultivator with a grizzled beard was so angry that his body trembled, and his speech became incoherent. They were clearly infuriated and wanted to kill Ziqin. However, with Shangguan Feilin here, they had killed his son. They had to give him some face. "Capture him first," said Shangguan Feilin indifferently. "Wait." Before the others could say no, Ziqin suddenly shouted. Then he put away his joking expression and said seriously, "All the forces in Chaos City, big and small, had better think it through. From today onwards, you will oppose me, Ziqin. We will not rest until one of us is dead." Idiot brat, there's no need for us to consider this. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. A mere barbarian can kill you as easily as killing an ant. Why do we need to consider this? Everyone was finally enraged, so they all opened their mouths. In an instant, Zichen was drowned in a sea of reprimands. All right, then I have one last question. Can you all let me live today? Asked Zichen. However, looking at the group of red-eyed experts who were about to open their mouths and curse, it was obvious that this was a stupid question. Chapter 583. Zichen pointed to the sky and said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such a serious expression was completely different from before. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked up. Above everyone's head, the sky was blue and cloudless. The sun was shining brightly. There was no one, no beast, and nothing unusual. They were fooled again. All the experts were furious. Sorry, it was a mistake. Zichen quickly smiled apologetically and said, next time will be fine. Thus he became serious again. His aura surged around him and his face became gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, everyone look at the sky again. After being played like monkeys one after another, the experts were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked, and they wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, looking at Zichen's serious expression, they all had the impulse to disregard their status and curse. Obviously, at this moment, no fool would believe Zichen. No one raised their head to look at the sky. They were all surging with murderous intent. The group of elders was even glaring at him. Therefore, no one noticed that the clear blue sky had suddenly turned silver. Streaks of dazzling silver light filled the entire world. Look above. Why don't you believe me? Zichen pointed to the sky and said loudly, thunder fall. Who the F***ck would believe you? You idiot, do you think we're monkeys? I can't take it anymore. This is too infuriating. I have to beat him up first. The expert's patience finally reached its limit. After being fooled by Zichen again, they finally exploded and began to swear. Boom! The sky shook and silver light flashed. A silver light suddenly fell on Zichen. It was a thunderbolt. It was very powerful and directly exploded on Zichen's head. The power of the thunderbolt raged on Zichen's body. Then, in the sky, a boundless heavenly might appeared. This boundless heavenly might wreaked havoc, enveloping everyone in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in the sky. Raising their heads, they saw a large patch of silver light appearing in the sky. At the same time, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. There were many primordial core cultivators present, and many of them had personally experienced the heavenly thunder tribulations. The moment they saw the silver light above their heads, they recognized what it was, and their expressions changed drastically. The heavenly thunder tribulation represented a cultivator's defiance of the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth did not approve of it, so it sent down a destructive thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation. It was also a great tribulation on the path of cultivation. No one knew how many fully prepared cultivators at the peak of spiritual origin had died under the thunder tribulation. At this moment, the lightning tribulation appeared again. It instantly sensed the aura of the human cultivators below, so the range of the lightning tribulation expanded again, and the vast lightning might become even more terrifying. Damn it, he actually attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation. When the heavenly lightning tribulation appears, everyone will have to face it. Damned barbarians! How could they be so insidious? The group of cultivators was shocked and roared. Among them, there were many who flew up to join in the fun. With a look of despair, they turned around and fled. The lightning tribulation had already appeared. Even if they killed Zichen now, they would still have to face the tribulation. Therefore, escaping at this moment was the best choice. They wanted to get as far away from Zichen as possible and hide in a deserted place to face the tribulation. Zichen was right in front of them. The primordial core cultivators of the overlords made a prompt decision to kill Zichen. If they killed Zichen, although the lightning tribulation would still exist, it would not appear continuously. They could still avoid this tribulation. But before their attacks landed, they saw a defensive light shield appear on Zichen's body. It was a black light shield, but its defense was surprisingly strong. More than 10 primordial core cultivators' powerful attacks landed on it, but they did not shatter. Then the heavenly lightning wings on Zichen's back opened, flashing with bright silver light. The strength of the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm was fully displayed. He began to face the tribulation. But before that, he turned into a silver light first. Using the defense of the black light shield, he broke through the impenetrable formation and soared into the sky above everyone's head. Boom! As Zichen released his aura, the lightning tribulation above his head became even more powerful. Bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky like chains. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of lightning. The world was silver white. Rolling thunder reverberated in the sky. Endless lightning fell from above, releasing terrifying lightning tribulation. There were many cultivators here. According to the number of lightning tribulation each person had to face, there were hundreds of lightning tribulation, close to thousands of lightning tribulation. Amidst the vast and mighty thunder, shrill screams resounded in the heavens and earth. Lightning surged and blood rained down. Some cultivators couldn't even withstand the first bolt of heavenly lightning and died in the thunder tribulation. Boom! In the sky, the silver light was even more dazzling. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, causing the world to tremble. Below, the cultivators who had been surging with killing intent earlier were now filled with horror and despair. They frantically fled in all directions. However, in the process of fleeing, there were cultivators who died under the heavenly lightning from time to time. Their charred bodies fell from the sky. Humph! Zichen stood in the air and looked down with his cold eyes. The heavenly lightning wings on his back kept flapping. When he blocked the lightning tribulation, he would also look around. When he sensed that someone was about to escape from the lightning tribulation, he would turn into a silver light and chase after them. After staying in the ancient battlefield for more than a year, Zichen's strength had already reached the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm. He was only one lightning tribulation away from the late-stage Zephyr realm. He had foreseen the scene before him, so the lightning tribulation this time was purposely prepared for everyone. As for the old tortoise and Longhu, Zichen did not want them to be exposed for now. Cries of agony, roars, and claps of thunder echoed in the lightning ocean. The cultivators fell to the lightning tribulation in despair. The place turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. Barbarian, are you trying to kill everyone? You're so cruel. God-damned barbarian, we swear that we'll never forgive you from now on. Vicious and merciless barbarian, you're so cruel. Be careful that you don't die a good death. As time passed, the lightning ocean had completely filled the place. From afar, it looked like a lightning domain with terrifying lightning. Curses and curses were echoing in the lightning domain too. Zichen's eyes flickered and his expression was cold. He glanced down at the place, trying his best not to let anyone live. Meanwhile, a blood-red broken spear appeared in his hand. He dove down and was ready to attack. Puff! Following a soft sound, the broken spear had already penetrated the back of a core realm cultivator from a formidable faction. The latter was blocking the lightning tribulation and did not expect someone to attack him from behind. Following a sharp pain in his chest, he saw a blood-red spear sticking out of his chest. Amidst the shock, the other party's eyes slowly lost focus. Blood splattered. Zichen pulled out the spear with force. Ignoring the core realm cultivator who had lost his vitality, he rushed toward the second core realm cultivator. Zichen's target was very clear. He wanted to kill the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces and the 5 overlords. These were the forces who had a direct grudge with him, so he had to kill them first. Especially the 8 forces, they had almost killed Zi Chen's friends in the ancient battlefield. This had already crossed Zi Chen's bottom line. Therefore, at this moment, they had become Zi Chen's first targets. As the heavenly thunderwings flapped, Zi Chen relied on his teleportation-like speed to move among the core realm cultivators. The cold, broken spear kept stabbing. Puff! These core realm cultivators were using all their strength to block the lightning tribulation. Zi Chen's arrival with the broken spear was completely unexpected, so he could almost succeed every time. As for the core realm cultivators who could barely fight against Zi Chen, under the dual attacks of the lightning tribulation and Zi Chen, their bodies were either pierced by the broken spear or turned into charcoal by the lightning tribulation. When Zi Chen pulled the blood-red broken spear out of the core realm cultivator's chest again, more than half of the core realm cultivators from the 8 forces had died. Zi Chen was like a grim reaper wandering in a sea of lightning. Wherever he passed, the core realm cultivators were all killed. Everyone was completely scared out of their wits. At this moment, they could only run for their lives. As for the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces, they did not even dare to say a word. They turned and ran. However, under Zi Chen's teleportation-like speed, no one could escape successfully. After a few more breaths, the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces also fell one after another. In the end, all the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces who came this time were killed. After slaughtering the 8 forces, Zi Chen's gaze fell on the 5 overlords. They were together with the late-stage core realm cultivators of their families, resisting the lightning tribulation while fleeing in the direction of Chaos City. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi Chen shouted. He flashed forward, the broken spear in his hand emitting a monstrous killing intent. He rushed toward the Wu family cultivator who was closest to him. "Not good, he's coming. Hurry up and kill him." Wu Bo, who was panicking, shouted in fear when he saw Zi Chen rushing toward them. "Die, brat!" A cold light flashed in the eyes of the late-stage core realm cultivator of the Wu family. After shattering the lightning tribulation, he formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed at Zi Chen. Puff! A sharp and terrifying sword light instantly appeared in front of Zi Chen. Then it directly cut Zi Chen in 2. The difference in strength between the 2 was like heaven and earth. It was normal for the opponent to be able to kill Zi Chen in 1 strike. Unfortunately, Zi Chen, who was cut in 2, did not shed a single drop of blood. When he was cut in 2, he had already turned into energy and dissipated. Not good, a clone. The expression of the late Dan Yuan expert changed drastically as he cursed in his heart. A smile had just appeared on Wu Bo's face when he felt a monstrous killing intent behind him in the next moment. However, before he could react in time, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. Puff! Zi Chen's figure appeared behind Wu Bo. The broken spear in his hand pierced deeply into Wu Bo's back. At the same time, a destructive energy passed through the broken spear and entered Wu Bo's body. "You're worse than scum. Living is a waste of resources." Before he died, Wu Bo heard Zi Chen's cold evaluation of him. Then, the surging energy destroyed his life force. Wu Bo died, and his body fell from the sky. As for Zi Chen, he had already dodged and appeared in front of another core realm cultivator. Clang! Clang! Chapter 584. In just a few breaths, Zi Chen had killed 2 people from the overlords. One was an early primal core cultivator, and the other was a flying freak who represented his family. In the surging sea of lightning, all the cultivators were shocked. Zi Chen had killed all the primal core cultivators from the 8 major powers, leaving none alive. His actions had already shocked them greatly. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death with the 8 major powers. But in the next moment, Zi Chen pointed his spear at the overlords and killed 2 people in an instant. This was a historical moment. It meant that Chen had begun to challenge the overlords. This was the first time the overlords had been provoked since they took control of Chaos City. Strictly speaking, it was by a barbarian. You, the late Primal Core cultivator from the Wu clan, said coldly. The other Primal Core cultivators beside him were also furious. They were the overlords, the true rulers of the Bedlam land. Normally, the Bedlam land would tremble with a stomp of their feet. But today, as an overlord, someone dared to kill one of their people. And the other party was a barbarian. This was the most direct and naked provocation. It was also a declaration of war against the overlords. You are making an enemy out of the overlords, said the middle-stage Primal Core cultivator from the Wu clan with a gloomy expression after hearing Wu Bo's words. From the moment you were greedy, we were already enemies. In the endless sea of lightning, Chen's cold voice sounded. Then a blood-red broken spear broke through the lightning and pierced the chest of a Primal Core cultivator. There was a soft sound and blood splattered. Another Wu clan cultivator had died. You are provoking the overlords. Damn barbarian. Your stupid decision will not only harm yourself, but also the entire Bedlam land. Looking at the dead Primal Core cultivator, the Wu clan cultivator said angrily, One day we will lead an army and trample over the Bedlam land. Humph, is that a threat? Chen snorted coldly in the sea of lightning. Then his body flashed to the side like a ghost. At the place where he had been standing, an energy sword tore through the void. This attack was from a late Primal Core cultivator. You're threatening us, you foolish barbarians. That's the truth, the expert from the Wu clan said angrily. Your so-called truth, in my opinion, is just a meaningless threat. As for you all, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. With these cold words, Chen, who had the heavenly thunder wings, once again flashed in front of a Dan primordial cultivator. The broken spear in his hand instantly pierced forward. Clang! Clanging sounds rang out. Chen was met with a counterattack from a Gene Dan cultivator. However, his opponent only lasted for a few breaths of time before his body was drowned by the sea of lightning. Then he let out a shrill scream. The Wu family had several Primal Core experts. However, after Chen's continuous attacks, only 2 of them were left. One was a late-stage Primal Core expert, while the other was a mid-stage Primal Core expert. These were 2 powerful existences. Even with the help of the Heavenly Thunder Tribulation, Chen could not kill them in a short period of time. Moreover, Chen himself was undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Chen took advantage of the fact that the thunder might wasn't too strong. The heavenly lightning wings on his back flapped as he transformed into a silver light and charged towards the other overlord forces. He had to finish off all the people he could kill within the limited time. Chen's attacks were decisive and merciless. The broken spear in his hand pierced forward continuously. Large amounts of blood splattered. Chunliang of the Qin family fell into a pool of blood. The other Qin family Primal Core experts also fell one after another. Just like the Wu family, Chen, who had the heavenly thunder wings, displayed his true extreme speed. Whoever the broken spear pointed at would be killed. Even late-stage Primal Core experts could not protect them. The Chen family followed in the footsteps of the Wu family. The experts that came from the family this time were all killed by Chen. Only 2 of them were left, because he had to chase after the people from the overlord forces. Chen could not take care of everyone. In the distance, many experts had already rushed out of the sea of thunder. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear, seeing Chen crazily chasing after the people from the overlord forces. They all thought that Chen had gone crazy. Chen was just a barbarian. He actually dared to provoke the 5 overlord forces. This was a death wish, not to mention that he was only in the flight realm. Even if he gathered all the forces in the barbarian land, they would not be enough to be trampled by one overlord force. It was just a momentary pleasure. Not only did he hurt himself, but he also implicated the entire barbarian land. From now on, there will be no more barbarians. In the past 10,000 years, no one had survived after offending the overlord forces. In the eyes of all the cultivators, Zichen was already a dead man. Moreover, in order to protect the dignity of the overlord forces, not only did Zichen have to die, but even the barbarian land would be unlucky. It might even cease to exist under the wrath of the overlord forces. After they rushed out of the sea of thunder, they did not stay for long. Instead, they flew into the distance. This was because there were still silver, heavenly thunders above their heads. The third overlord force that Zichen killed was the Shangguan clan. These nascent core experts were all under the leadership of Shangguan Filin. They were not on the same side as Shangguan Feixiong. Therefore, Zichen did not have any scruples and started to kill crazily. One after another, nascent core experts fell under Zichen's feet. During this time, Zichen also tried to attack Shangguan Feilin. If he could kill the current leader of the Shangguan clan here, it would cause a sensation. Unfortunately, as the leader of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin was not only powerful, but he also had many good things on him. When he tried to get close to him, he was almost cut in half by the powerful weapon in Shangguan Feilin's hand. Zichen knew that he had been too careless. He was too pleased with himself and retreated. However, after he killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan, he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stayed close to them to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. Zichen's Thunder Tribulation was not very strong at the moment. However, the Thunder Tribulations of the Shangguan clan experts, who were not far from him, were very scary. As the heavenly thunders fell, several mid-stage nascent core experts could not help but vomit blood. "Barbarian, the Shangguan clan will not let you go." The experts of the Shangguan clan were all flustered and exasperated. Zichen was too fast. Almost no one could catch up with him. During this time, the late-stage nascent core experts tried to attack him many times, but he easily dodged them. After that, Zichen approached them again, trying to make the Thunder Tribulation more violent. Puff! While blocking the heavenly thunders, Shangguan Feilin could not help but vomit blood. His face was pale. He could not wait to kill Zichen immediately. The Thunder Tribulation was too terrifying. It was so loud that it naturally spread to Chaos City, alarming the cultivators there. Soon, figures flew over from the horizon. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed drastically. That's someone from an overlord force. Oh my God! Someone is chasing after the experts of an overlord force. That's the head of the Shangguan clan. He is also vomiting blood. Beside him is Yukong. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were instantly dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Many of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. However, the reality told them that what they were seeing was real. An overlord force, the master of the land of chaos, was really being chased by someone. Moreover, it was Yukong. However, the strength of this Yukong was beyond imagination. Not only was he not afraid of the terrifying heavenly thunders, his combat strength was enough to kill an early-stage, nascent core expert. Seeing him holding a spear and continuously chasing after and killing the nascent core experts of the overlords, they were shocked and speechless. It did not make sense for Yukong to be so powerful. They stayed outside the Thunder Tribulation and watched as Yukong killed the nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan. After that, he went on to kill the Wei and Zhou clans. Coupled with the heavenly thunders that fell from above, the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords were quickly killed. This was an extremely shocking and speechless scene. However, what made them even more speechless was that after Yukong killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords, his gaze fell on the mid-stage nascent core experts. Then, relying on his immunity to the heavenly thunders, he began to circle around the mid-stage nascent core experts, making the Thunder Tribulation even more violent. This method was obviously very effective. As the thunder tribulation gradually became stronger, the mid-stage nascent core experts started to vomit blood. Then, their injuries gradually worsened. Can he really kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts? The figures in the distance were all shocked. However, reality proved that it was not impossible to kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts. In the thunder tribulation, there were already some mid-stage nascent core experts who could not withstand it. As their injuries worsened, their lives were also in danger. Boom! Just as the mid-stage nascent core experts were about to die, the sky suddenly began to tremble. The void instantly shattered, and then a terrifying aura surged out. From the broken void, 5 huge energy hands appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. When they appeared, they shattered the bolts of heavenly thunders, and then fell towards the nascent core experts of the overlords below. The huge energy hands fell, and then suddenly grabbed downwards. In an instant, they picked up the severely injured mid-stage nascent core experts and the late-stage nascent core experts who were resisting the heavenly thunders, and flew towards Chaos City. No, Grand Elder, kill this damned barbarian first. From one of the huge hands, the weak roar of a nascent core expert sounded. Boom! Boom! Sensing the appearance of an even stronger energy, the thunder tribulation in the sky above began to move violently. An even stronger thunder might surged out, and then a large amount of terrifying heavenly thunders fell from the sky, falling towards the huge energy hands. Boom! Boom! Amidst the sounds of explosions, bolts of heavenly thunders exploded, and the terrifying energy hands became dimmer under the roar of the heavenly thunders. After the first wave of heavenly thunders fell, the huge energy hands became even dimmer, but they blocked the first wave of attacks. After that, the huge energy hands entered Chaos City, and in the sky above, the second wave of heavenly thunders also fell towards Chaos City. The nascent core experts of the 5 overlords were rescued just like that. Zi Chen's eyes were full of unwillingness, but he did not chase after them madly. Instead, he decisively turned around, and with the thunder tribulation above his head, he flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 585. The people of the overlord forces were rescued, and Zichen also escaped with the heavenly thunder tribulation, leaving behind a devastated land. The ground was soaked in blood and charred corpses, elixir weapons and corpses were everywhere. In the deep pits created by the energy explosions, thick smoke rose from time to time, and the smell of burnt flesh was pungent. In this battle, the barbarian Zi Chen obtained a complete victory. The 5 overlords were completely defeated, and the inner core experts of the 8 forces were all killed by Zi Chen alone. Amidst their shock, the spectating cultivators in the distance also quickly approached the battlefield. Zi Chen killed many inner core experts and then fled in a hurry. He did not take their elixir weapons and spiritual rings. Apart from that, the inner core of these experts were still in their bodies. Inner core, elixir weapons, spiritual rings, all of these added up to a huge amount of wealth. No cultivator would not be tempted. Therefore, after the lightning tribulation dissipated and the battle stopped, another chaotic battle broke out in this area. In Chaos City, the lightning tribulation that followed the energy hand only appeared twice before it was forcefully destroyed by the experts of the 5 overlords. Their core essence cultivators had been slaughtered right in front of their own territory. This was obviously a great humiliation for the overlord forces. Furthermore, the heavenly lightning tribulation had followed them into Chaos City. Many cultivators had seen the devastating silver heavenly lightning bolt rush into the overlord forces' territory clearly. They believed that it would not be long before today's events spread out, and the 5 overlords would naturally become a laughing stock. Just as the lightning tribulation was destroyed by the experts, angry roars sounded from the mansions of the 4 overlords. Kill! Kill all the barbarians in Chaos City. Leave none alive. With these cold words, among the overlords, other than the Shangguan clan, the other four overlords sent out many primordial core experts to chase after Zichen. At the same time, there were also some experts who went straight to where the other barbarians were. In an instant, light flashed, and a powerful aura filled the sky. When they passed by the chaotic area, many experts also cut the Gordian knot and took away the things that belonged to their own families. Then, they followed the lightning tribulation and began to chase after Zichen. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichen's back flapped, bringing him far away in an instant. In just a few moments, he was already 100,000 miles away. Then he found a mountain ridge, and Zichen began to transcend the tribulation. Thunder rumbled above his head. Streaks of terrifying heavenly lightning fell from the sky, rumbling and emitting a destructive aura. As time passed, the power of the heavenly lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger. Zichen had to go all out. Every bolt of heavenly lightning that landed on his body caused him to involuntarily tremble. Then, the boundless might of heavenly lightning began to wreak havoc on Zichen's body. As the lightning raged, Zichen was also absorbing the lightning energy, constantly tempering his body. His entire body was emitting a silver light, like a human-shaped thunderbolt in the middle of a sea of lightning. After withstanding dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning, Zichen's strong physique, which had undergone a baptism, began to show signs of damage. Pooh! His face turned red, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Pale golden blood spilled out. His strong physique was severely damaged, and the speed at which he absorbed the power of heavenly lightning was greatly reduced. He roared to the sky, and the silver light around him turned golden. The blood in his body continued to circulate, emitting the sound of monstrous waves. The powerful, perfect body continued to provide energy, and together with the ultimate energy, it allowed him to resist the bolts of heavenly lightning. Boom! The might of heavenly lightning raged. In the midst of the gradually increasing might of heavenly lightning, Zichen's perfect body was also damaged. Pale golden blood kept spilling out. Then his bones were also shattered in the lightning, and the deep pain stimulated him. Zichen's expression was ferocious. He endured the pain in his body and launched a powerful battle technique. Golden light soared into the sky, constantly resisting the might of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a sea of lightning again, falling from the sky and surrounding Zichen. In an instant, Zichen was attacked by many heavenly lightning. His body was severely injured, and his vitality became chaotic. Under the endless heavenly lightning, he suffered unimaginable injuries. However, the heavenly lightning tribulation that belonged to him was only at the mid-stage. The most terrifying tribulation had yet to come. Boom! In the sky, heavenly lightning raged, forming a sea of lightning. Endless heavenly lightning energy surged, and the vast might of heavenly lightning raged. Zichen, who was severely injured, clenched his teeth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Light flashed in his palm, and an ancient medicine king appeared. The ancient medicine king shone brightly and emitted a rich spiritual force. Zichen immediately swallowed a leaf. The spiritual force in the ancient medicine king instantly turned into a rich life force that circulated in Zichen's body. It was as if he had swallowed a treasure elixir. The injuries all over his body healed under the naked eye. In an instant, Zichen regained his peak combat power. Again, Zichen roared to the sky. A strong aura surged around him, and his body emitted a bright golden light. He flew up into the sky and rushed into the sea of lightning. When the Danyuan of the overlords arrived, they were just in time to see a scene that shocked them. Is he still a human? It's just Zephyr Flight, but he can trigger the heavenly lightning tribulation. Moreover, it's such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. From afar, they saw Zichen fly up into the sky and resist the sea of lightning. As the golden energy flashed, he shattered the heavenly lightning bolts, one after another. Their faces were filled with shock. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying aura rippled continuously. Zi-Chen destroyed many heavenly lightning bolts, but there were still more. In the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation was even stronger. Zi-Chen was sent flying by the heavenly lightning tribulation, and his body emitted black smoke after being struck by the lightning. Just when the group of strong cultivators were wondering if he had been struck to death by the lightning, they saw a rich life force emitting from his body. In an instant, he regained his peak combat power and flew up into the sky. The Danyuan cultivators in the distance were speechless. It was obvious that the life force was caused by the consumption of a treasure elixir. If a mere zephyr flight required the consumption of a treasure elixir, then what about when he broke through to the Danyuan realm? In the sky, the power of the Sea of Lightning became even stronger. Previously, Zi-Chen flew up into the sky and lasted for a few breaths, but this time he only lasted for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths of time, his body turned black once more as he fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge, which was already ravaged beyond recognition by the heavenly lightning, was directly smashed into pieces by Zi-Chen, causing an endless amount of rubble to roll down. Smoke and dust billowed. Zi-Chen's body dissipated. At the end of the Sea of Lightning, only black smoke rose. But soon, Zi-Chen's charred body emitted rich life force again. Then, when his combat power recovered, he flew up into the sky again. After that, it was a continuous cycle. After smashing down, he flew up into the sky again. This cycle repeated. The Danyuan cultivators of the overlords in the distance were all in a petrified state. How many times has it been? One of them was tongue-tied. 6 times. Then it's 6 treasure elixirs. Yes. In addition to the shock, there was also the sound of people sucking in cold air. This was too extravagant. Others only needed 1 treasure elixir to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation. But this Yukong had swallowed 6, and the heavenly lightning tribulation was not over yet. Such a huge consumption also shocked the Danyuan cultivators. They sighed in their hearts. Moreover, they seriously doubted if this Yukong really came from a barbarian land that was lacking in resources. To take out 6 treasure elixirs in one go, even if all of them added together, they would not have so many. But to swallow 6 treasure elixirs and still not be able to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation, the horror of this tribulation shocked them. As the thunder rumbled, the heavenly lightning tribulation was still spreading. The Danyuan cultivators' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Before, they could still see flashes of golden light. But in the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation became more and more terrifying, and they could not see anything. This barbarian can't be dead, right? At this moment, the Danyuan cultivators were not confident. With such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, not to mention Yukong, even if they barged in, they would definitely die. The heavenly lightning tribulation is not over yet. He should still be alive. Every heavenly lightning tribulation was fatal, and every time Zi-Chen went through it, it was a narrow escape. The heavenly lightning tribulation this time was even more terrifying. Even if Zi-Chen kept swallowing the ancient herb king, he still almost died. The terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then the heavenly lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. It's over. The heavenly lightning tribulation is over. It's finally over. What a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. I wonder if the barbarian is dead, or he survived the heavenly lightning tribulation by himself. The Danyuan cultivators in the distance exclaimed. After reaching the Danyuan realm, they had naturally experienced heavenly lightning tribulations. But those were only flashes of lightning, and there were only a few of them. Although they were powerful, they were far from being comparable to today's heavenly lightning tribulation. And this was not a heavenly lightning tribulation. It was more like a sea of lightning. Those who did not know would think that there were many cultivators going through the heavenly lightning tribulation together. The large mountain range from before had been completely destroyed. Huge craters were formed on the ground by the heavenly lightning tribulation. Smoke and dust were spurting out from time to time. Other than that, this place was dead silent. There was not even the slightest sign of life, not to mention the aura of humans. There was not even the aura of plants. Could it be that he died under the heavenly lightning tribulation? They did not see Zi Chen's figure, nor did they feel any aura of life. Thinking back to the terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, the Danyuan cultivators could not help but suspect that the barbarian was dead. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Danyuan cultivators flew forward. This is a heavenly lightning tribulation. What if there's not even a corpse left? Asked one of the Danyuan cultivators. One of the Danyuan cultivators was stunned. It was very possible that the barbarian had been blasted into nothingness. After thinking about it, he could only say, "Then let's look for the remains of the heavenly lightning tribulation." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent energy fluctuation came from one of the deep craters. Then, a golden figure flew out from within. The life force that they had not been able to sense earlier surged in the next instant. Resplendent golden light illuminated the world as rich life force filled the surroundings. In addition, there was also a pressure that caused people to tremble above the golden figure. It's you. You actually survived the heavenly lightning tribulation. Chapter 586. The group of primordial Dan cultivators had witnessed the terror of the heavenly thunder tribulation. The sea of lightning that appeared made their hearts tremble. Not to mention Yukong. Even primordial Dan cultivators like them could not guarantee that they could survive the heavenly thunder tribulation. However, Yukong had successfully survived the heavenly thunder tribulation and even absorbed the power of life from the heavenly thunder tribulation. When his strength broke through, he was once again at his peak. The group of primordial Dan cultivators were shocked. Zi Chen's body was shining with golden light. His eyes were as sharp as lightning, and his lips curled into a sinister smile. He did not answer the primordial Dan cultivators. Instead, he dashed towards one of the primordial Dan cultivators. "You're courting death." The primordial Dan cultivator roared. Light flashed in his hand as he raised his elixir weapon up high and smashed it toward Zichen. This smash was full of power. The void was distorted as the power of destruction flowed on the elixir weapon. Dan Yuan was very confident in this attack. Looking at Zichen, who was charging towards him without dodging, a confident smile appeared on his face. He was confident that he could kill Yi Fuqian with this attack. However, before his confident smile could fully bloom on his face, it froze in the next moment. Before the elixir weapon, Yukong had only used one finger to point at the elixir weapon. With just one finger, he had blocked the elixir weapon's attack. The power of destruction continued to surge out of the elixir weapon. However, it could not break through this finger. This finger was like a sacred mountain that blocked the elixir weapon and blocked all the attack. How is this possible? Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. His expression was one of unwillingness. Then he increased the power in his hand, wanting to break this finger. However, as he increased the power in his hand, the elixir weapon in his hand started to crack. As the cracks spread across the entire elixir weapon like a spider web, the elixir weapon suddenly exploded, sending countless pieces flying. Seeing that the elixir weapon in his hand was only left with a broken handle, the primordial Dan cultivator's eyes widened. His expression was one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Then he saw his opponent's finger, like a ghost, pointing at him at an extremely fast speed. A ray of golden light flashed before Dan Yuan's eyes like lightning. A terrifying aura surged from Yi Fuqian's finger. Pooh! The golden light flashed and disappeared, followed by a soft sound. A finger hole appeared between the primordial core master's eyebrows, and fresh blood flowed out. In an instant, a core essence cultivator was killed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other Dan essence realm cultivators reacted and launched powerful attacks, Zichen had already unfolded the heavenly thunder wings and rushed past the second Dan essence realm cultivator. Bang! Bang! The sound of two corpses falling to the ground rang out almost at the same time. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the expressions of the core essence cultivators changed, but they were not frightened. One of them even shouted, "He is just a bit faster. Everyone, raise your defenses and kill him with all your might." Just as this Dan Yuan expert's words faded, he saw a silver light flash before his eyes, after which his body suddenly rose in an uncoordinated manner. When he looked around, the gazes of the other Dan Yuan experts were filled with shock as they looked at him. After that, when this Dan primary cultivator heard the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, he felt his vision go black and he lost all his senses. His strength had broken through to the late stage of the Zephyr realm, and coupled with the heavenly thunder wings, the extreme speed displayed by Zichen left these Dan Yuan cultivators in the dust. As for Zichen's attack, he had to go through the trial of lightning every time he broke through. How could his attack be weak? Moreover, he had the perfect form, which was known as the strongest physique of humans. Although it was not the perfect form, it was not a problem for him to kill those in the early stage of Dan Yuan. This was a one-sided battle to begin with. The attacks of the Dan Yuan cultivators could not even land on Zichen. They would be killed before they could react. Moreover, after Zichen used the finger bone and the blood-colored broken spear, this battle became a one-sided massacre. Even though there were a few strong Dan Yuan cultivators on the side of the overlords, they could only withstand a few attacks from Zichen before they were killed in the end. Seeing their companions fall one by one without leaving any injuries on their opponents, the Dan Yuan cultivators finally felt fear and began to flee. However, under Zichen's heavenly thunder wings, no one could escape successfully. In less than 15 minutes, these Dan Yuan cultivators all fell into a pool of blood. Zichen really did not leave a single one alive. After that, Zichen very patiently collected the Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan weapons, spirit rings, and energy Dan Yuan. In the previous battle, in order to test the power of the finger bone, Zichen only broke one Dan Yuan cultivator. He collected the rest of the Dan Yuan cultivators, 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 Dan Yuan cultivators. After another 15 minutes, Zichen confirmed that he had collected all the Dan Yuan cultivators, Dan Yuan cultivators, Dan Yuan cultivators, Dan Yuan cultivators, Dan Yuan cultivators. He flapped his heavenly thunder wings and left. Next, he would go to the force that Wang Qiong had established. Then he would bring this force to the outskirts of the Bedlam lands to establish his own force. Zichen was on his way. However, he did not expect that the Dan Yuan cultivators of the Overlord forces had already arrived in this area. More than 10 Dan Yuan cultivators appeared in the sky. They were all from the Overlord forces, and the leader was actually a mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator. The powerful Dan Yuan aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. A crazy killing intent raged. The cultivators hidden in the various mountain peaks all poked their heads out, their faces filled with fear. The force that Wang Qiong had established was composed of cultivators who flew in the sky. In this area, they could only protect themselves. At this moment, when they saw the Dan Yuan cultivators in the sky releasing their killing intent, their faces all turned pale. "Great Lord, may I know what business you have with you?" One of the Dan Yuan cultivators mustered up his courage and asked, although his voice was trembling compared to the other Dan Yuan cultivators who were already trembling. He was much bolder. The Dan Yuan cultivator of the Overlord forces coldly glanced at the group of Dan Yuan cultivators. His eyes were filled with disdain. Then he said coldly, "Kill without mercy." This was a death sentence. When the group of Danyuan cultivators heard this, they could not help but tremble. The fear in their hearts rose to the extreme. Then, before the Danyuan cultivators arrived, they all rushed out of the cave at their fastest speed and fled towards the horizon. Pooh! Pooh! The Danyuan cultivators of the Overlord forces did not arrive. This was because they had no intention of coming down to kill. As Danyuan cultivators, killing ordinary Danyuan cultivators was naturally a piece of cake for them. They stood in the sky and continuously attacked. All the Danyuan cultivators who were hit also fell from the sky with cries of agony. In a short moment, more than 10 Danyuan cultivators were killed. When the other Danyuan cultivators saw this scene, they were so scared that they hid in the caves again, not daring to come out. Everyone who offends the Overlord forces must die. The mid-stage Danyuan cultivator snorted coldly. His cold eyes fell on the caves below. Then he stepped into the air and slammed his palm towards the mountain peak below. Boom! The energy between heaven and earth surged. The huge and towering mountain peak instantly exploded under this palm. Then, a group of Danyuan cultivators screamed in agony. Hearing the screams, the faces of the Danyuan cultivators in the air were filled with joyful smiles. Energy swept across the mountain peak. Those who were lucky enough not to die rushed out of the mountain peak. But before they could rejoice that they were still alive, they were struck by sharp blades that fell from the sky. Their bodies fell from the sky, and they died instantly. Kill without mercy. No one can live. This is the result of offending the Overlord forces. A cold voice reverberated in the sky. The Danyuan cultivator was teasing the enemy. Where is the leader of the barbarians here? Could it be that he ran back to the barbarians' land in fear? Humph! Even if he ran back to the barbarians' land, he will die. The Danyuan cultivator who spoke suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His senses were very sharp. In an instant he dodged. Then he felt a monstrous killing intent sweeping towards him. Pooh! This Danyuan cultivator with sharp senses only saw a cold light flash before his eyes. Then his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness completely. A headless body fell from the sky. A black figure flashed across the sky. A Danyuan cultivator was killed in an instant. At this moment, something strange happened. Behind another Danyuan cultivator, the void broke open silently. A tall black figure walked out from it. The figure held a black staff engraved with runes. It instantly smashed towards the Danyuan cultivator. A terrifying aura kept flowing. Boom! In a loud sound, the Danyuan cultivator was smashed by the black staff, turning into a bloody mess. Then, the black figure holding the black staff rushed towards the stunned Danyuan cultivators again. Kaka! How dare you come here and cause trouble? Kill without mercy. As if to prove the words of the demon ape, the void kept breaking open, and figures appeared from it. These were all Danyuan cultivators. They looked very young, but their combat power was comparable to Danyuan cultivators. At the moment when the two sides collided, some Danyuan cultivators from the Overlord forces were injured and died. Between heaven and earth, the cries sounded again. This time, it was even more shrill and miserable than before. However, no one would pity them. At least, those who were injured would not. Their eyes were all filled with hatred. How dare you attack the Overlord forces? You are courting death. The mid-stage Danyuan cultivator let out a roar. He was ready to attack personally and kill these reckless barbarians. But in front of him, the void broke open, and a young monk walked out from it. Your opponent is me, the young monk said indifferently. Then he unleashed an attack forward. The young monk was just in the air. The mid-stage Danyuan cultivator did not pay much attention to him. But after being sent flying in one exchange, his face turned serious. Boom! The young monk's aura was violent. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator's strength was displayed instantly. Then he held his Dan weapon and attacked fiercely. Streams of energy surged between heaven and earth. Terrifying auras circulated. In an instant, at least 10 attacks landed on the young monk.